Hey everybody, what's going on?
See any, but it's hard to tell.
Gummy just sleeps whenever I sleep, basically. Or he just sleeps when I'm awake. He just sleeps whenever. Here's Gum Gum. No, no, no! This jackass keeps climbing on my computer. Nah, still didn't really get quite enough sleep. Still sort of fucked.
Argentina launched a meme coin.
Bit of a recap from last time, from GeForce Cables Melting 1, A New Hope, and I don't know. When the 4090 launched, we saw lots of reports of cables melting. NVIDIA, they're...
Say is the hottest girl in Gantz. I can't even remember what she looks like. Yeah, I don't think she was my favorite. She was cool, but she wasn't, like, the hottest in my opinion. I liked her character, but I didn't think she was the hottest.
story pretty much boiled down to it being user error, either people seating the cable incorrectly or installing poorly constructed third-party cables. Part of the issue was that to get their fancy new connector to fit in a lot of cases with the way that it stuck out directly off the top of the card, the cable ended up pressed against the side panel, straining the connection. Now, CableMod made some 90-degree adapters that people hoped would fix the problem, but long story short, they didn't, and CableMod ultimately recalled said product. Newer 4090 models attempt to solve the issue by repositioning the 16-pin power connector. Also, the 12-volt high-power cable design was updated to 12-volt 2x6 for 2025. It has shorter sense pins and longer conductor terminals to help ensure that all of the power carrying cables are all the way in before the sense pins will say, hey, yeah, we've got a connection. Corsair currently has at least 6 blog posts about 12-volt 2x6 or 12-volt high power, which adapter you should use, and how to connect cables to your power supply. Now, I'm going to take a moment here and go off the sort of notes provided to us and say, hey, if something's this complicated, is the problem maybe you and not me? Anyway, sorry. I digress. Reports of more failures with the 4090 and adapters continue to pop up all the way into 2025. PC Gamer ran an article in April last year stating that one repair shop in the LA area saw about 200 cards and adapters with melted connectors over a 1-month period.
Wow.
And Tom's Hardware ran an article yesterday called The Dark Side of Gaming, finding that their 2-year-old card's connector had been melting, despite no obvious performance issues.
That is genuinely retarded.
Now, it's time to fast forward to a day after yesterday. And it's time to talk about the 5090. We are now seeing more reports of cables melting. Reddit user Ivan6953 made a post a few days ago showing melting on both ends of the connector. Ivan claims that it was securely fastened and clicked, and that he was using an older Mod DIY third-party cable. Mod DIY has released a statement that you should upgrade to the latest 12-volt 2x6 cables for RTX 50 series cards. YouTuber Toro Tocho, let's go with that, reviews, released a video on February 9th claiming that the wiring burned due to a bad connection because of wear on the 12-volt high-power connector. States that the power supply was very used.
Gummy? Gum. 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 Just heard a really loud noise upstairs.
Der Bauer has tested one Founders Edition card, so that's a 5090, with one Corsair cable, and says that there was uneven current distribution across each pin. And this is where things start to get a little bit complicated.
Yeah.
And where things start to get a little bit drama-y. So, the connector is rated for 9.5 amps per power pin and 1 amp per signal pin. Okay? Der Bauer saw readings over 9.5 amps. In fact, in his first video, he saw over 20 amps on one wire. Then Johnny Guru, who works at Corsair and used to be kind of the power supply reviewing guy back before he worked at Corsair, said that was
I gotta check out what's going on upstairs. There's a lot of noises. Ugh. Well, rabbits are just being noisy. Oh, thanks for the big donation, David Chubby. I really appreciate that. Let me see. That does look funny. Yeah, I remember before Prismo got neutered, he had like you could see his cat nuts. And one of his cat nuts was gray, and the other cat nut was white. It was pretty funny. He had 2 different colored fuzzy cat nuts. But thanks for the big donation, David Chubby. Really appreciate that.
Possible. In Der Bauer's second video, he said I will show you what is possible and cut 4 wires while the card was under load, measuring about 50 amps between the remaining 2 wires, demonstrating that while that is not in fact something that you should do and is not representative of a real world situation, hopefully, that it can in fact run more than 9.5 amps over 1 wire.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling fucking great tonight. So, I'm going to do another open too close shift at my work due to not only the weather, but one of my co-workers is sick and no one else can cover lol more overtime pay for me smile.
Well, that's pretty dope. More money is always a good thing. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Sengoku donated $2.
Ki is Dragon Ball's main power system, based on the ancient Chinese concept of Qi. It essentially translates to energy, and is present in every living being. But to be used, it needs to be drawn out. This is the foundation for most attacks in Dragon Ball. People can learn to manipulate their Ki to enhance their strength, agility, durability, and can also shoot it out to perform energy-based attacks, like beams or bombs. In battle, the most important thing is the size of one's Ki and their control over it. What is Ki made up of? Well, Toriyama's really only pointed out 3 key factors, but there could be more. Genki, which is one's health. This is used for the Genki Dama or Spirit Bomb. Yuki, which is one's courage. And Shoki, which is one's right-mindedness. There are also at least 3 categories of Ki, maybe more. Good mortal Ki. This is the Ki that most characters like Goku, Krillin, or Master Roshi would use. Evil mortal Ki. This is mortal Ki that sensed to be evil or have evil intent, like Frieza's Ki. And lastly, we have God Ki. God Ki cannot be sensed by those who have mortal Ki. SSG and SSB would fall into this category. It's also worth noting that certain people can transform, like Goku or Vegeta turning Super Saiyan, which increases their overall Ki output. Ki as a concept is really influential in anime manga, and you're gonna see a lot of power systems that use life energy, just like Dragon Ball does. Stands are the main power system in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure that replaced Hamon in Season 3. Stands are basically a physical manifestation of a stand user's mental psyche, and their abilities vary based on the stand and the person themselves. For example, Magician Red can use fire and heat-based techniques, while Crazy Diamond can heal injury. They also vary in what form they take. Usually they're humanoid, but sometimes they can just be a straight-up airplane, and also not all stand users actually need to be human, like the perverted orangutan whose stand is a fucking ocean liner. Also, most stands are either based on a color in the tarot card or by musical artists. So if I had to choose a stand, I'd probably make mine Pink Guy. Hey, boss. The most common way for a person to get a stand is to be pierced by the stand arrow. This is an arrow that's created from a mysterious meteorite, and getting pierced by it will either give that person a stand or kill them. Once given a stand, this awakening will pass through that person's bloodlines. This is why Dio's stand awakening gave Joseph and Jotaro stands as well, because he was using Jonathan's body. But it's also why Jotaro's mom gets sick, since some people's bodies cannot handle the power of a stand. In addition, all stands have certain stats associated with them that are ranked from E to A. The stats are precision, speed, range, resistance, destructive power, through the Uchiha clan. Alchemy is the main power system in Fullmetal Alchemist. It's a science and magical art that involves altering matter with their signature ability. Chakra is the main power system in Naruto, and is the basis for all jutsus. Chakra is basically one's stamina and life force, and by molding it through hand signs, ninjas can create different jutsu techniques. Although depending on how experienced the ninja is, they may not need hand signs at all. In general, there are 3 main types of jutsus. Genjutsu, which involves illusionary techniques, where a ninja creates sensory illusion.
Are you doing anything to decrease chance of kidney disease for Gummy? All you can really do is make sure they're, whatchamacall, not overweight. So just controlling their food intake. And, also making sure they stay hydrated and drink enough water. So I monitor his water intake. If he stops drinking or urinating, then I'd probably just start feeding him wet food. But that's really all you can do.
Illusions to their opponent, taijutsu, which is usually physical martial arts, and ninjutsu. Most ninjutsu techniques use chakra to create special attacks, like fire release or Rasengan. Generally, the amount of chakra a ninja has is capped, and once they reach their limit, they will have to rest. This limit is usually linked to your genetics, but can be trained to be increased. Every person's chakra is also different, and gives off a
Hey, Pilo, what's up?
unique chakra signature. Entire clans can have different chakra signatures like the Uchiha clan. Most ninjas' chakras also have an affinity towards one of the 5 basic natures, allowing them to transform their chakra. These 5 elements are fire, wind, lightning, earth, and water. There are also a lot of other elements that can
I was thinking of taking the night off, but I can't sleep, so figured I'd stream. Like, some people are gonna show up anyway, right?
be used in nature transformation, but I'm not going to go over them. There are also certain ninja techniques that can only be passed through bloodline, known as Keki Genkai. An example of this would be the Sharingan, which is selectively passed through the Uchiha clan. Alchemy is the main power system in Fullmetal Alchemist. It's a science and magical art that involves altering matter using energy. This is known as transmutation, which involves 3 steps. First is understanding the material being transmuted, basically what it is made up of on a molecular scale. The second step is deconstruction. This involves using energy, and that was the beginning of the public recognizing superhumans in their society. Since quirks are genetically passed, you can get quirk hybrids from 2 different parents, like Todoroki, who inherited his father's fire powers and his mom's ice powers. Quirks are like physical abilities. The more you train them, the stronger they can get. There are 3 main types of quirks. Emitters, which allow their user to generate or control certain things. Usually, these quirks require a conscious action to activate. This covers the majority of quirks in the show, like this category. Devil fruits and Haki are the main power systems in the One Piece world. Devil fruits are special fruits that grant people supernatural abilities when they eat them. They are all extremely rare and vary in what powers they grant the user. Also, devil fruit users are weakened in water and can't swim. There are 3 broad groups of devil fruit. Paramecia. This is the most common type of devil fruit. There's a huge variety of them, but they usually generally grant the user superhuman abilities or superhuman feats. And being able to control and manipulate it makes someone a Nen user. Non-Nen users can't see Nen. More powerful. Curse energy is the main power system in Jujutsu Kaisen and is born from negative emotions. Curse energy manipulation is the ability to control the flow of curse energy and apply it. You can apply curse energy in a lot of ways, usually in physical attacks, making your normal strike stronger, or in defense, large boost in power. Devils in the Chainsaw Man universe are supernatural beings. Every devil is born in hell, and each is given a name that correlates to a concept. Their power is directly related to what their name is and how many living beings fear that concept. Like, the dog devil is probably pretty weak. Wait, maybe not. While most devils hate humans, some don't. Like the Chainsaw Devil, who loves Denji enough to live with him as a pet, and in the first episode literally saves his life by replacing his heart. In this sense, Denji isn't actually a devil, but a human-devil hybrid, as he can notably summon chainsaw powers by pulling on his ripcord. Power, however, is very different, since she is a fiend. Fiends are devils that have taken over human corpses, and when a devil becomes a fiend, they will lose a lot of their initial power and usually grow horn. Devil contracts are binding verbal agreements between humans and devils that must be followed. Most contracts involve a human giving up something that is valuable to them or would cause them suffering in exchange for a devil's power. Titans are the main power system in Attack on Titan. While there are your normal everyday titans, there are also special intelligent titans that humans are transforming into.
Alright, well thanks for the donation, Son Goku. Dodo donated $2. Let me see.
So I think we have a very serious problem.
Yeah. We can watch that. We'll watch that in a few minutes. I just want to watch more of this stuff about the 5090 cards. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
He said that it still worked because the sensing pins only check to see if the sensing pins are plugged in. And if they are, the card will try to draw whatever power it's supposed to. It doesn't check how many power pins are connected. And you can see that about 12 minutes into his video if you check for yourself. Dan, do you want to throw that in the various chats? It's the one that's hyperlinked in our notes here. He then plugged in a new undamaged 12-volt high power cable from Corsair, and the load was distributed evenly. So what he has kind of shown kind of validates what some others have said, and that is that this might just come down to bad cables. But what he has also shown is that there's still a problem, because you can't guarantee...
One quick set.
Yeah.
Did you say that he cut the cables while it was under load?
That's what my notes say.
People are saying that it was...
Oh, sorry, he cut the 4 wires and then... Sorry, no, not while it was actually on. That would be crazy. Let's back up a bit. He cut the 4 wires and then measured the remaining 2 wires with a current clamp while it was under load. Sorry. All right, cool, good. So... he's demonstrated 2 things. One, that the issue could very well be, bad cables, not necessarily bad cards, but also that it seems to go a little bit deeper than that, because if a card that is good can't tell that a cable's bad...
Nah, I didn't really sleep well.
Well, that could be an issue, couldn't it? So this is where the plot thickens. Roman goes on to say, this is Derbauer Roman, that this wasn't a problem on the 3090 Ti because it had monitoring and load balancing built into its power delivery design, while 40 and 50 series cards do not. More on this from BuildZoid later. Some others have sort of weighed in. Falcon Northwest are adamant they haven't seen any issues in the systems they've been building and testing with similar equipment. But according to BuildZoid, with the 30 series, there were 3 shunt resistors and 3 power phases, similar to how a 3x8 pin system would work. While with the 4090 and 5090, they only have 2 shunt resistors and 1 power phase. So the way to kind of explain this is that the 5090 has no way of knowing or monitoring which of the 12-volt cables that are plugged into it is actually bringing the power into the board. They all just join on the board. So all it knows is, hey, I'm getting power. And you might think, okay, well, a simple solution to this would be for NVIDIA to put some kind of thermal probe on the connector side of the card. But the problem is that these are toasty cards. You'd be getting so much heat off of the GPU and the memory and the VRMs that could potentially, tell those thermal probes, oh yeah, everything's, running really hot. That they wouldn't be able to tell if it's because the cable that's plugged right into it is on the verge of melting, or if it's just that the card runs pretty freaking hot because it's a 5090.
Hey, Gum.
Yeah. I don't know. Do we have our...
Here's my Gum. Do you see, everybody? This is my Gum. Look at him. Oh, you're so beautiful. This is my kitty friend. Gummy is my friend. I love my Gummy. You're my Gummy Gum Gum. You're a good baby. Yeah, Gummy's a really good baby. Oh. Oh, he loves cuddles. Yeah. It's nice when you sit on me. Love you, Gum Gum. Dodo donates, I like this CIA guy. He's based, even though he looks like a hippie pro pal, but he's not. Johnny Harris is an absolute clown. Consider watching this too.
The CIA.
Oh, this guy, he's been on Joe Rogan a few times. He's actually fucking retarded. So, yeah, like, I mean, Johnny Harris is a fucking moron. I don't know who this is, but he's also retarded. He's pretty fucking stupid, too. It's just he's less stupid than those other two. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. We can watch those both.
CT scanner time. Oh, okay, hold on a second. Blah, blah, blah. NVIDIA, for their part, I did reach out. NVIDIA has said, well, here's the situation. I'm paraphrasing here because this is not like official, but they're basically like, we don't have any of these cards back yet. We need them back so that we can do failure analysis on them, and that's fair enough. But I am sort of worried for NVIDIA's sake here that when they get them back, what they're going to find is that if someone plugs in a defective or poorly positioned, poorly seated cable, that they have not built the appropriate mitigations into this card, and it could continue to be a problem. They do say that very few cards have been impacted, but that doesn't mean that very few cards will ever be impacted. Okay. Oh, this is awesome. So it's CT scanner time. We CT scanned a 3090 Founders Edition.
You will not be live who the young turds is defading tonight.
Some conservative women are big mad at Megyn Kelly for encouraging them to be financially independent while also pursuing marriage, children, a family, if that's what they want. Now, let me just pause and say, I totally acknowledge the insane challenges of being a woman who has it all. I do think that for far too long, the propaganda made it seem as though women could do it all. It's not a big deal. They could have a career and raise a family. Obviously, that is an incredibly difficult thing to do.
It's not. Look, single dads do this all the time. Single dads have jobs, they have careers, and they raise kids. It's not that big of a fucking deal. It's a big deal for women because they just have a weak constitution and freak out at the littlest fucking things, and they don't want to work or try hard or do anything. Like, that's what it is. Like, again, plenty of single dads that have well-paying jobs and take care of their kids. It's just that women don't want to work, so they make up excuses saying, oh, it's so hard raising kids. It's not. Kids can take care of themselves for the most part, even when they're really young. I did. They can entertain themselves with, toys, cartoons, video games. You do not have to give a kid all that much attention. They can go off and do shit on their own, especially if they have like a brother or sister or something. They can entertain themselves for the most part. And, obviously you have to be there to parent, but it's not like constantly 24/7. It's just fucking retarded.
But some women have accomplished that. Some women who really want that can do it.
I can't believe that I didn't know this court case where a vegan won a discrimination case from a hospital that fired her because she wouldn't take an egg-based flu vaccine.
Yeah, I've never heard of this case specifically.
And feminists wonder why no one takes women's days seriously.
Yeah, well, they'll figure it out eventually. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, I've never heard of this case specifically. I'm pretty sure most flu vaccines are actually egg-free these days. And they're usually made for children because children have a high risk of being allergic to eggs, but it's either like a huge percentage, you know, like 30-40%, or it's like most flu vaccines. So there's literally no reason for them to demand her to take an egg-based flu vaccine. You can just get a non-egg-based one. But I've never heard of this case specifically. It's kind of interesting. But there's been a few cases like that where employers fired somebody for their vegan beliefs, but it's being challenged in court, both in Canada and the US, and it's there's already established case law in Canada that actually makes veganism a protected class. And yeah, there's already case law in the US as well. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
And so Megyn Kelly says, ladies, it is possible to make your own money, have your own career, pay for your own swanky New York City apartment. That part I did.
Hola, it is I, Capitan Mexican America. Have you tried melatonin gummies for sleep? Captain Mexican America loves the corn flavor gummies. Muy delicioso. Also, who would you pick to be the main actor in a Berserk movie? Don't pick me, I'm camera shy. Adios.
I don't think there's really any actor alive today that could play Guts. Henry Cavill, I guess, would be the most obvious choice. But he's not really somebody who I think could play Guts. Like, he'd probably be the best fit, but I don't know if he could really play Guts. And I think I tried taking melatonin supplements for sleep a long ass time ago. Like, you know, back when I was in high school. But they never did anything. So, yeah. Thanks for the donation, Captain Mexican American.
Disagree with, and find a man who loves you, wants to have and raise children with you, and wants to be with you and only you. The only thing stopping you, your decision to settle for less. So I'm sure in her mind, this was her way of putting out like an encouraging, inspiring message to women who might be interested in having it all. But people didn't take it that way. Okay, a lot of women were upset about this, which is
Reason that I bring it up is that remember my boss disrespecting me for my belief in veganism by giving me candy that was not vegan? If I had known about that court case, I would have referenced it, but I think the Jewish/Muslim/Hindu comparison worked lol.
Yeah, I mean, that probably is discriminatory. So, at least now you know. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
depressing, but let me just weigh in on one part of her tweet. Look, I mean, unless you're working for a Wall Street firm, hedge fund manager, you know, you're literally working in the financial sector, you're not going to be able to afford a swanky New York City apartment alone. Okay, like you need to make a lot of money to afford that. But the rest of her post, I think, is totally fine. Now, some people absolutely lost it, John, including one American news anchor, so that's OAN, Stephanie Hamill, who responded with this little nugget. This may be one of the most toxic and delusional posts I've seen all week. Wait.
Don't you think you're generalizing women a little too much? Not all women are lazy like Jasmine. I mean, you dropped out of college. You have no degrees. Do you really think you're a harder worker than women who are doctors/lawyers/engineers?
I never dropped out of college. I didn't go to college, so. And yeah, I would say that there are quite a lot of doctors, lawyers, or engineers that I, at least in the past, when I was starting my YouTube channel, work harder than. Women work fewer hours, and they take a ton of time off. I'm not going to have a family doctor in a couple months. She's quitting her practice because, oh, she's focusing on raising a family. So all these women who are doctors, lawyers, whatever the fuck, they all get pregnant and quit their jobs. So they'll do it for a few years, realize they don't like working, they'll get pregnant, marry some dude who makes good money, and then that's that. So yeah, that's very often the case. And that's... a lot of people don't like talking about this, but that's one of the reasons why a lot of businesses preferentially try to get male employees. It's because they know women are either not going to work as many hours, they're not willing to put in as much overtime and shit like that, and even when they do, they're only going to be able to keep them for a few years, but then they're going to get pregnant and quit. And a lot of these, like, big law firms and shit like that, they've tried keeping their female employees by giving them, like, crazy, benefits, with maternity leave. Like, full paid maternity leave for 2 years and crap like that. They still can't keep, their female employees. They just don't want to work, no matter what benefits you give them. They just get pregnant and quit their jobs and have their husbands take care of them. It's just how it is. And again, a lot of people don't want to talk about that, but yeah, women do not have the same career interests in general as men do. They don't work as many hours, and they take way more sick days, they take way more time off, and again... a lot of them end up just flat out quitting because they just don't want to work and they'd just rather stay at home and raise kids. So I'm not saying I'm the most hardworking person alive. Like, yeah, there are women who work harder than me and are more career focused and shit like that. But the reality is, yeah, a lot of women just don't want to work and they stay home and... Like, dude, just... I know everyone has this experience. If you've ever lived with a woman or spent a lot of time around women, how many times have you been asked to change a fucking car tire or open a fucking water bottle or a jar of pickles or move a piece of furniture? They're perfectly capable of doing it. I know women can change a car tire. It's not that fucking hard. I know they can open water bottles or pickle jars or whatever. They just will sandbag and try to get everyone else to do it for them. The littlest fucking things, women will try to get you to do it, even though they're perfectly capable of doing it. It's just the way they are. Again, a lot of people don't want to fucking admit it, but again, just... How many times has your mother or girlfriend or something, when you were staying over, oh, can you help open this jar for me? It's really... What, like, do they buy shit from, like, Costco? And literally, does it sit in their fridge for months until you come over? And then they can finally open their fucking pickle jar? They, like, I know women can open jars. I know they can. Like, women who live on their own are not storing pickle jars for months and months and months, hoping a man comes over to finally open the jar so that they can enjoy their pickles. So they're full of shit, and yeah, women always try to get you to do things for them. Even the littlest things, like opening jars that are a little tight. It's just the way it is. And case in point, the reason why you see all these women freaking out about this woman saying, hey, you can be a mother and have a career, you can do both, it's because these these women are ruining it for all the other women. So they want to gaslight everyone and give people this idea that you can't do both. Women either need to stay at home and take care of the kids, or, you know, choose a career, but they can't do both, so that they can be lazy. These women want an excuse to not be able to work so that they can stay at home and do nothing and get taken care of. And these women who actually have jobs while taking care of kids, they're ruining it for all these women who just want to be lazy and stay at home and do nothing. So that's why when you see these women who are like, hey, you can have a great career and have kids, they get roasted by other women on social media saying, oh, you're fucking delusional and crazy. It's impossible. Nobody can do that. Like, oh, it's so stressful. It's because a lot of these women want this, you know, kind of social standard where, oh, women can't work and have kids? How's that? It's because they want to live the life, right? Where they just stay at home, do nothing, and watch, you know, stupid romantic soap operas on Netflix while claiming, oh, I'm taking care of the whole house and the kids. Like, again, infant children sleep 13 hours a day. Kids can entertain themselves. They can run around, play with sticks outside. You can give them toys to fuck around with. You know, by the time they're like 4 or 5, they can play video games and shit. Like, the idea that you constantly have to take care of kids, it's just fucking retarded. No one in history ever had this mindset. People literally used to just let their 3-4-year-old children run around outside, unsupervised, you know, while they go and do whatever. It's only this, like, dumb retard, you know, modern Western-brained idiot horse shit where we think, oh, kids are constantly in danger and you always have to watch them like a hawk and be a helicopter parent. No, kids can take care of themselves. By the time they can walk on their own, they can be pretty fucking independent. They don't need to be watched constantly. You can leave and they'll be fine. If they have access to food where they can, like, reach the counter or something, they're totally fine on their own. It's just this retarded horse shit where, you know, people try to tell you, oh, you can't have a job, you have to constantly watch your kids. Total bullshit. All these women who are stay-at-home moms, they're just watching romantic soap operas all day, talking on the phone, scrolling through Facebook or TikTok or Instagram while their kids are asleep. And then maybe for an hour or two a day, they actually engage with their kids at all. And then, yeah, like, how hard is it to take care of a house? It's not. I do it. I'm single right now. What, you sweep once a week? Doing the dishes, like, it's automatic. You just throw the dishes in the dishwasher, throw the clothes in the clothes washer. Like, it's not hard, so it's all just fucking horseshit.
You know, after my boss told me my vegan food was more expensive and not fair for everyone else at gatherings, I told him, would you say that to me if I was Jewish/Muslim? I said your kosher/halal food is more expensive, so I won't accommodate. He realized my point, lol.
Yeah, even if it's slightly more expensive, that's not really a justification to discriminate. So, ooh, your food's $3 more. Oh, how are we gonna do this? It's just horseshit. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
VG is best YouTube streamer.
Well, thank you, Glaze Muffin. Appreciate the donation, dude.
This was VG earlier while playing Ghost of Tsushima at 0:46.
Oh, crap. Goddamn Margarin! You break down my shitty wall last time!
Yeah, that was basically me. I love how this guy isn't even Chinese and he's schizophrenic and has multiple personalities. Thanks for the donation, Shitty Walk. Why do you hate Charlie more than Hassan? Well, Hassan is a way worse person, but like if I had a death note, Hassan would be higher on the list than Charlie. But just because I've directly communicated with Charlie, I just have more of a seething hatred for him. Like, I feel the hate inside of me more for Charlie, but yeah, Hassan's definitely worse. Completely agree with you on the, completely agree with you. The only really hard part of being a single parent is working in the school schedule.
How can these feminists claim women don't need no man and yet get all upset at being told women need to work?
It's, like I've said this before, it's female psychosis, dude. Women literally use dog logic. Like, you know how when you play fetch with a dog, and the dog doesn't want to give the stick or the ball, but it wants you to throw the stick or ball? So women think the same way. Like, no take, just throw. They want you to throw the stick for them, but they also don't want to give you the stick. So they want it both ways when you can't have it both ways. It's just the way they think. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Yeah, so agree with you. The only hard part of being a single parent is working in the school schedule when they're young, but if you're smart, it's not an issue. Again, dude, really fucking young kids would go to school on their own. So by the time they're able to walk and they're able to like navigate, so, you know, probably by like 4 years old, you know, they'd walk to school on their own. Kids can do things on their own. They're not like actually fucking retarded. They're human beings. You know, they're smarter than chimpanzees. So, kids can do most things on their own just fine. You might have to teach them, like, okay, well, this is how you walk to school, or this is how you take the bus, but kids can do things on their own. If chimpanzees can, like, learn to swing from trees and all this shit, you know, human children can learn to just do things on their own. The idea, like, again, it's just a dumb, you know, Western mindset where, oh, you have to do everything for your kids and blah, 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 and helicopter parent horse shit. So, yeah. Try to donate, but I can't. Do you have me blocked or something? No,
No hexacorn VG don't need no stick in trad wife.
Yeah, I definitely do not want a trad wife. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. My Stripe account needs to be verified, and I'm in an annoying situation right now where my driver's license was expired for like 5 months or something without me knowing, so I only just updated my driver's license like 2 days ago. So I'm going to have to wait like 3 to 4 weeks to get my driver's license in the mail for me to update my Stripe account. So right now, if you're paying directly through credit card through Stripe, you're not going to be able to donate, but you can donate through PayPal. And I'm pretty sure you don't need a PayPal account to donate through PayPal. You can just use your credit card. So just try donating through PayPal. That should work.
Wait. On X? Okay, but here's the rest. I'm a month out from giving birth and I have a toddler. I can assure you I'm not in boss babe mode. I'm surviving, even with house help. It would be interesting to know more about Megan's childcare support system, especially when her kids were babies. Did her family help? How many hours a day did she have a nanny or daycare? How much house help? Now,
retarded. Just absolutely retarded.
Let's just address the elephant in the room, which is the fact that Stephanie Hamill is an anchor, meaning she has a career and clearly she has children as well. It's hard, it's challenging. Megyn Kelly didn't allege that it would be easy, but she is having it all, right? She's got a family and she has a career.
Again, babies sleep like at least 13 hours a day. They're literally asleep more than they are awake. It's just, what are you complaining about? It's just nonsense.
Late night chill stoner question. Do you think advanced evolution and consciousness is in part due to optimal season lengths? Or do you think there could be other exoplanets where advanced evolution could progress faster with shorter seasons?
No, not necessarily. It's just whatever the selective pressures are on a species that's going to dictate their evolutionary trajectory. It's not necessarily dependent on seasonal length. Thanks for the donation, retard.
So I don't know why this is such a big deal. Like, did they want Megyn Kelly to also include that it's going to be?
Did you see Peter Rogers, MD, has a new girlfriend? You know, it was pretty funny. He showed a photo of himself when he was in college and he was wrestling and shit. He used to be a pretty good-looking, in-shape dude, but like it all went to shit.
Okay, this video is called About the Girlfriend. All right, so first of all, I'll just share with you like a conversation with the wife. The wife would see me reading joke books. Sometimes I read joke books. I collected thousands and thousands of jokes, or, you know, I'd be writing books or making a YouTube channel later on. And she'd say, why do you waste time with all this stuff? You could be making real money. You should be out moonlighting, making money for this family. And I would say, yeah, right. So you can divorce me and then I got to pay double alimony? No, thank you. I'll keep my hobbies. I got a little cut, keeps bleeding from shaving. Okay, so.
Apparently his wife makes good money too. And he still had to pay alimony. It's fucking insane.
Now, what everyone's waiting for, about the girlfriend. So first of all, my first conversation with the girlfriend. She says, are you really a doctor? She's all skeptical of me. How do I know you're not lying? I said, well, go to Amazon and look at my books. Go to YouTube and look at my videos. And she goes, well, how do I know they're any good? I said, well, why don't you watch a few and decide for yourself? The next day she sends me an email. Oh,
watch any Dirty Jobs episode in Mike Rowe and you will see men are doing the dirty work, keeping us living in civil society. Well, yeah, I mean, the fact that you see men, like, you almost exclusively only see men in these jobs, I think that says a lot. So, yeah. Women just aren't willing to work as hard, take as many risks to their safety and shit like that. And, you know, is it a surprise that, yeah, women try to get out of, you know, working a job and make up excuses, well, I have a kid and all the shit? Like, you'd never see men making those sorts of excuses, right? Like, if a man becomes a single father, you know, like if their wife dies or something, are men gonna do this horse shit where it's like, oh, I have to take care of a kid and work? Like, oh, how am I gonna do that? Like, no, they just work and take care of the kids. It's not that big of a deal.
Can we go for coffee? Yeah, so, you know, I finally got some value out of this YouTube channel and writing these books. So then, what was our first date? Try and get...
Dr. Berg is not a doctor. He's a chiropractor, and he lost his chiropractic license due to medical malpractice. So, yeah, he's just a fraud.
That's where we went for our first date. I think you can figure that one out. I go to a bookstore. Perfect spot for a first date, because that way, if she doesn't show up, she flakes out, I got something to do. You know, I can just read books, buy a book or something. So anyways, well, on our first date, I make things really clear. She goes, well, what's it like? What do you envision our relationship will be like? I said, I'll tell you something. I work a lot. I'm a very busy clinical doctor. If you want to date me, you're going to have to cook for me. Okay, that's it. I mean, that's what I need a woman for more than anything else. And she's like, I don't know. I said, and it has to be vegan. I'm 100% vegan. She's like, I don't know. I'm not a vegan. I go, well, you can learn about it. It's an opportunity for you. And she's like, well, okay. So she gave it a try. And, you know, it's been 2 months gone by. And she really likes it. Okay. So 2 months later, she seems real happy. She's real good to me. She's taking care of me. She cleans my apartment. She does my laundry, irons my clothes. And you know what? That's kind of what a man really wants. All right. I don't need her to talk about neurophysiology with me. I can read a book about that. I got a few friends I can talk to, you know. And then what else? Pros and cons. So I really like having a girlfriend. I like having her around. I like all the stuff she does for me.
Have I seen Rotten Mango's video on spherage? Might have. Uh, 3 weeks ago. Oh man, hour 40 minutes. I don't know if this is worth watching. She's probably just gonna cover all the lore we already know about. Might check that out later.
My academic productivity dropped a lot at first, but now it's kind of coming back up, and I'm sort of figuring out how to handle it. But yeah, you know, you got to do things a little different when you're with a woman. You know, you can't ignore. They need a lot of attention, and you know, but it's nice. I like it. I'm glad I got a girlfriend. Let's see, what else? Oh, then she comes up to me. She had these hives. She told me I could talk about this. She got hives, like a skin rash, and she's had it for going on, I think, in the ballpark of a little over 6 months. Chronic hives. That was real frustrating for her, kind of embarrassing for her. And anyway, she comes up to me. She says, you know what? Your vegan diet, you cured my hives. So she's all happy about that. So.
Well, that's nice.
Okay, this
guy is a real weirdo.
Video is called An Average Day in My Life. Several viewers asked me after I made that video about the average day in the life of average American, so to speak, would I make a video about an average day in my life? So I'm going to talk both about things.
I'll shut up about this since I believe my boss changed, but here's the OG court case FYI. I would have used this if I went up to human resources.
All right. Like, this is not a big deal. You can literally just get a flu shot that doesn't contain eggs. I don't know why they would have fired her. Just get a different flu vaccine. It's just retarded. Like, it's not that hard to accommodate. So, it's pretty stupid. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Things from a nutritional point of view, a medical point of view, and also, you know, a personal point of view. This is an average day in my life. And first of all, I'll say, what are people surprised about when they meet me? You know, I'm 61 years old. When people actually really get to know me, what do they find interesting or unusual? First of all, they freak out how simple I am. Until this divorce, I didn't even have a phone. I hate cell phones or animal trackers. I hate them, okay? So I never had a cell phone. And I'm real quiet. I mean, I might make one phone call in 4 months. I don't freaking call people. I don't have much to say on the phone. I don't like talking on the phone very much. If somebody wants to talk to me, I like to talk to them in person. I realize sometimes you need a phone, but I'm just saying, I'm kind of like my father. And knowing my father 40 years around being at the house, he never once made a phone call. And people find that strange, but that's because you got all this stupidity in your heads thinking men and women are alike. We're not like women, okay? Women are talk, social. They're like social butterflies in the middle of everything. My mother was like the queen matriarch, and everything in the whole family, including the extended relatives, kind of went through her. She ran everything, all right? Where man's not like that. I'm off. I want to think about something, whatever it is that I'm interested in. Right now I'm interested in the kidney, and I'm just trying to free up more time because there's interesting things in the kidney. I need time to learn it. So anyways, how simple I am. And like I drove an old car, 20 years old, you know, before it finally broke down. You know, I make plenty of money, but my family takes it all. You know, I buy about 12 books a month. I don't really need much for myself. And then number two, that I don't really care about doing things. A lot of people, they don't have anything going on in their life, so they want some adventure to talk about. They want to travel so they can tell their friends they traveled. They want a good story. They want to go to a restaurant so they can tell their friends they went to a restaurant. I mean, I don't really care. I don't care about any of that stuff. I don't care about TV, traveling, trivialities. I want to think. And what annoys me with my life is I fucked up in the sense, that I got myself into this clinical medicine where I have to work too much. I really don't want to work so much. I really want to do research and think, but there's no money in telling the truth. So I've been real frustrated and kind of pissed off and ostracized, I would say, much of my intellectual life because, like, for example, I'm Hispanic, but I'm not welcome in any Hispanic society because I'm too smart for them. Most of them are kind of stupid, and because I don't have a Hispanic last name because my mother's from Puerto Rico, but my father was from Ireland. So there's a lot of things like that kind of annoy me. And now I'm kind of ostracized from the medical conventional world because I'm too smart for them and you're not allowed to tell the truth. You're just supposed to sell drugs. That pisses me off. And it pisses me off that veganism is largely controlled by the high-fat phonies.
One more thing about that case is that it was in 2012 and my guess is that they didn't have egg-free flu vaccines or unless you know of. Anywho, I'm glad that I didn't use that. I need to save that as my trump card or trap card or whatever you call it, lol.
No, they've had egg-free flu vaccines for a very long time because, there's a huge amount of people with egg allergies. Egg allergies are the second most common food allergy next to, dairy, so lactose intolerance. So, and it's usually in children, so there have been egg-free flu vaccines for a very, very long time. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
Watch from 204 to 244. Have you ever debated ABBA? I think he's a piece of shit. Also hi VG and hi chat, it's actually me this time.
No, Abba and Preach are both lying, dishonest cowards, and any topic where they just like to virtue signal and shit, but anytime they're being hypocrites and being called out, they refuse to debate. So they're both cowards, and they refuse to debate me, even though they've talked shit about veganism a lot. But thanks for the donation, Cat Daddy. Nicholas $20, any suggestion of a steroid that is not injected and safe on the heart, liver, because I drink, thanks. The safest oral steroid would be Anavar, but it's very difficult to actually get Anavar. So if you ever try to order Anavar online, it's all going to be either D-Ball or Winstrol. Or nothing. They might just sell you like a vitamin pill or something, but pretty much all Anavar on the market is either D-Ball or Winstrol. So the only place where you can realistically get Anavar is going to be shit that's imported from Turkey. And it's a bit of a hassle. You have to pay them in cryptocurrency, and there's no guarantee that it's actually going to clear customs. So they'll put the Anavar tablets in like a vitamin supplement thing, but there's no guarantee. It might end up getting stopped by Border Patrol, and then you're not getting your Anavar. So if you're going to go on steroids, I'd recommend just going on testosterone. Orals are not good for you. So D-ball, oral Winstrol, they're hard on your liver and not great for your kidneys and blood pressure and shit. So testosterone is very safe. The only thing that there's two things that you really have to worry about with testosterone, and that would be platelet aggregation and blood cell count and blood pressure. So if you can keep that under control, testosterone's very safe, and it's also very powerful and effective. It's not hard on your liver. Again, as long as you can keep your blood pressure under control, it's pretty safe for your kidneys. And as long as you just get blood drawn regularly to get rid of the excess red blood cells and platelets, you're pretty much fine. So I wouldn't recommend, and again, if you're just going to take an oral steroid, you're eventually going to want to go on testosterone anyway. Anavar isn't particularly strong, and if you only take Anavar, you're going to shut down your natural testosterone production, and your dick isn't going to work. You're not going to be able to get erections. So even though you might be able to grow muscle over the long term, you're going to have sexual dysfunction, and you might also have other psychological issues from it, from just having low tests. So if you're a man and you're only taking orals, it's not really going to work out well for you long term, so you're going to have a testosterone base anyway. Thanks for the donation though, Nicholas. Dodo, donate $2. You know, VG, it's funny thing you speak of chimps. What about, or other closet living relative, the bonobo apes? They are the only great apes that have a matriarchy. If these apes can do things, own they, why not women? Video not available. Well, that's a good point, Dodo. I'm sure if bonobo females can do things on their own, I'm sure human women can too. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Period. Who gives a fuck about his channel? He's beating a dog. Now look, I'll be the first to say, I'm not an animal person. I don't really give a shit about animals. But I have never in my entire life thought about hurting animals. It just doesn't run through my mind.
Yeah, well, you do it every time you eat meat, dipshit.
Respectful. I keep my distance. People who beat up animals are some of the largest pieces of shit I can imagine. These things can't defend themselves. They're your pets. They're beholden to you. They're literally on a leash. There's these tiny little, and you beat them, you're f***ing scum. And especially when you do it for content, you're a higher level of scum. But there's people shit like this all over the country. They're everywhere. People who think it's funny to beat up a pet. Something wrong with y'all, bro.
I swear to God.
Well, yeah. Again, I've challenged him to a debate on veganism and shit, and he's a lying, dishonest, hypocritical coward. He won't debate me. So, Ab and Preach are just cowards. Dodo donate $2. VG, you need to stop predicting political things because the opposite is always true. Yeah, convicted felon Trump signed executive order that only he and the Attorney General can state an opinion on what the law is. Welcome to day 30 of Trump being a dictator for one day. Yeah, that's insane.
Lastly, we have another
By the way, he can't make an executive order like this.
executive order that President Trump signed relating to independent agencies. This executive order would establish important oversight functions in the Office of Management and Budget and its subsidiary office, OIRA, supervising independent agencies and many of their actions, and also reestablishes the longstanding norm that only the President or the Attorney General can speak for the United States when stating an opinion as to what the law is.
Thank you very much, Will. That was...
By the way, if this is the case, he could make it legal to kill Jews. Like, he could literally be Hitler if that legal theory is considered true.
The primary purpose of this conference.
Yeah, and this is after he said he'll let the courts rule on the whole Doge executive order thing, and... oh, look at that. The courts didn't agree with him, so he's going to get rid of the courts. This is just crazy. Here's a riddle. One country has a dictator with no real elections, the other one doesn't. Which is it? Yeah, really. Fucking insane. This is perhaps the most evil thing Trump has ever posted. It's like blaming Poland for being invaded by Hitler. Yeah, I've seen this. It's literally like worst case scenario. Trump being president. I'm genuinely wondering if American society will, ever return to normal after Trump's gone. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
What I think is funny about the case is that it was against a children's hospital for vegan discrimination, and I work at a world-renowned children's hospital. Lol, it would have been amazing in the moment if I had referenced that court case with my boss. Lol.
Yeah, well, now you know. If it ever gets brought up again, you can, mention that. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Just ate some grass-fed ground beef. What are your thoughts? Can I get on your coaching program for vegans? Also, why are you so cringy? I would cut your head off your shoulders, faggot. Quit the roids and maybe your tummy won't hurt anymore.
Well, I'm not on steroids, but thanks for the donation, dude.
Can you believe they used to race these? Would you drive it?
Dude, these things barely even had brakes. That'd be so fucking crazy to race something like that. It also looks like it handles like absolute dog shit. Like, I'd drive this. I wouldn't race it though, because it doesn't really have any brakes. It'd be fun to drive though. Thanks for the donation, Premium Edition. Veganism not exposed, donate $2. Seems like the jackass either really died or got tired of his own bullshit. Let me see. Yeah, somebody told me he died of cancer. So, I don't know. Thanks for the donation, Veganism not exposed. Demon Cunt donated $2.
Where's your spouse from? She's from Palestine.
He's from Pakistan.
I'm from Bangladesh. And I'm from Nigeria.
He's from Baghdad, Iraq.
And she's from Jacksonville, Florida.
Dude, these white women who pretend to become Muslim to be with their husbands, it's just a joke.
Gatorland.
Egypt.
She's from Pakistan.
My spouse is from Alexandria, Egypt.
She is from like Southern Maryland, like Southern Maryland. Yeah, pretty Southern Maryland. She's from Pakistan.
And he's originally Italian, Irish, and German.
He's from India. And she's from Pakistan.
He's from Ukraine.
And she's from Maryland.
He's from Ethiopia.
Yeah, isn't that funny? When a dude marries a Muslim chick, they don't become Muslim. When a woman marries a Muslim dude, the woman becomes Muslim. Isn't that weird? It's almost as if women have no fucking moral standards, and they will just lie and go along with it, you know, because they think that's what they need to do in the relationship.
He's from Maryland.
Dodo, donate $2. Do you agree with her? Okay, I'll look at that in a minute. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
He's from Ethiopia.
And this stranger is from Pakistan. He's half Guyanese and half Pakistani.
And he's half Pakistani and half African American.
He's Hyderabadi Indian.
And she is half Cuban, half German, Irish, English. Basically, white American.
Retarded.
My wife, she's Dominican from Salcedo.
My husband is from Baltimore.
Leon, but
Well, thanks for the donation, demon cunt.
Steve Bannon today is hinting that he's going to do everything in his power to try and get Trump a third term, which we know is unconstitutional.
Yep.
Was it the 22nd Amendment? You cannot serve more than 2 terms. I mean, this kind of stuff, which seemed outlandish a short time ago, which we thought was in the domain of Putin and Medvedev.
This is one thing that I think I'm going to be accurate on. Trump definitely is going to try to get a third term.
Or Xi trying to get his 4th term in China is now being spouted by somebody who has worked very closely with Donald Trump. And now we're kind of thinking that could happen?
I think that it can't, but certainly there are going to be efforts for it. It is so clear that...
I mean, that's the end of the Constitution,
it's the end of the Constitution, yeah.
And it could happen.
I think it's unlikely to happen, but I can't say that it's absolutely impossible.
Do you find that remarkable that
Yes.
you're sitting here and saying that, you know, that the Constitution could essentially be ripped out?
I mean, that's the gradually and then all at once.
Completely. And I guess what I'm saying, and you know, you say we could have put guardrails around the power, you know, on George Bush 1. I mean, where is the pushback coming from now? Because the Democrats are in pieces. The Supreme Court might ironically turn out to be the one place that does push against the president that, you know, kind of nominated the individuals. The press feels to me as if it's pretty much caved already in the US. I mean, where does... And the Republican Party's gone.
Right.
So where does the pushback come from?
I don't think it does.
At all.
It becomes the court, and not, you know, this circuit court or court of appeals or whatever. It is the Supreme Court.
Or nothing.
Or nothing.
And in all of this...
Yeah. There's a greater than 0 chance that he's going to run for a third term and basically destroy the Constitution. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
And they don't like it when someone like me comes along and tells the truth. That's why I got fired from Chef AJ, okay, for telling the truth. So that's all frustrating for me. So I make my little channel, which is Shadow You Know What Band, but at least it's better than nothing. I would go to the other channels, but they have smaller audiences and their software doesn't work.
Demon Cunt Hates Islam donated $2. Let me see.
Oh.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck's going on there, but thanks for the donation, dude.
As well, that's why I stay on this channel. So let's see what else. Like a typical thing, like I'm very focused on my time management. I know I'm a genius, and I know I sort of see it as my destiny to write these books, try to help the proles, and that's what I'll do for the rest of my time. And like a typical comment, like my son says to me, he goes, "Dad, why are you so happy? He says, out of all the people in the family, you have the worst life. Your life sucks. All you do is work all day long in the hospital. Then when you come home, and even when you have a day off, you're just studying, you're writing a book, or, you know, studying. They were the star of the show, you know, like interesting cases.
This guy is a real weirdo.
A 4090 Founders Edition and a 5090 Founders Edition. Below are the scans. They will all have a bookmark in the bottom left panel called 12-volt high power connections, which will show the connections to the board. Okay, these scans are 10 out of 10, but I took bad screenshots in a Google Drive here. You can't quite make out PCB components. All right, so I am seeing these for the first time because they've been working on this in the lead up to WAN show. So good luck, everybody. Oh, these are going to take a minute to load. So here's a 3090.
Mine has maybe loaded faster.
Okay, let's go over to Luke's screen. Sick. And basically, what we're looking at is this one looks like it's split into two groups. There should be a bookmark. A view.
Here? Front view PCB. Paper chamber. This is the power connectors.
Okay. Yep, good.
Hmm.
Yeah, you want to flip it over?
Traces pads? Oh, here?
There we go. Nope, not
yeah,
that one.
I don't think so.
Okay, go back to the 12-volt high power. Okay, I got someone in chat saying that looks like 3 shunt resistors to me. The claim from Buildzoid is that 3090 should have 3. So I guess that lines up.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Now let's go to the 4090. Have you opened that one already?
No.
I'll click it now. Man, I love the CT scanner. This is so cool.
I'm going to preload 5090.
Perfect. Okay, we're coming back to my screen. Yeah, neat is definitely an understatement.
It takes a hot minute to load.
Yeah, sorry guys.
Despite his efforts, it will be a long and tedious road for him to run for a third term since the US has to amend the Constitution. It has to not only go through Congress, White House, SCOTUS, but at least 38 states to do it. He only won 30 states, so I'm not worried.
Well, you say that, but I mean, look at the insurrection at the Capitol, right? So, if he does like another insurrection type thing or uses the military, like there's a lot of different avenues that he could do this. So who knows what he's going to do or try? Like, it's Trump. He's absolutely unhinged and doesn't give a fuck about the law or anybody else. So we'll see. Thanks for the donation though, Ben.
This is a really rough scan, but the pins are separate at least from the connectors. What our notes say here? That is a pretty rough scan. Okay. There we go. Where's our... Okay, okay, so this one.
I'm still on a 3060, still runs all games. Yeah, I've got a 3060 in my laptop. The only game that I played that runs like dog shit, no matter what settings I use, is Spider-Man 2. People were actually right about Spider-Man 2 being really poorly optimized. That game does actually run like shit on lower-end systems. I tried playing Ghost of Tsushima on my 3060, and it actually runs extremely fucking well. So, yeah, there's some games like Spider-Man 2 that are really poorly optimized, but you can run most games pretty damn well with just a 3060. Oh my god. Dude, Gummy is just the most beautiful kitty, and he's so cuddly. Oh my god. I just have a sweet cuddle buddy who's with me all day long. We're like actually best friends. He just chills with me all fucking day. I took a nap after the stream in the afternoon, and he was just sleeping with me the whole time, and I woke up with him right next to me cuddling. Oh, he is the best cat. I fucking love you, Gum Gum. You are so beautiful and so sweet, and I love you so much.
Yeah, that is a much rougher scan.
Do you want to do mine? I have it already.
Yeah, go for it.
We are a terribly unhealthy country. It is bad for our work. It is bad for our play. It is bad for our family. It leads us all to be manic. It is a really terrible situation. So what I'm hopeful for is this is a wake-up call for all of us, that we can come together in a goal that we want to be the healthiest country in the world. I just did my first panel, I have to say, and I'm not very good at jumping in and making inflammatory remarks and like talking over people. So how do you get better at this?
America is overfed, overmedicated, and overcharged by a healthcare system that costs more than any other country in the world, but gets worse results and spends billions advertising medications that very clearly do not make people healthy. Something radical then needs to happen, and it just did. RFK Jr. is a new US Health Secretary, landing the job he traded for ending his own presidential campaign to support Donald Trump. Critics have variously described him as dangerous, unqualified, and a clear threat to US health. Supporters say it's past time to make America healthy again. We're joining to discuss all this is the biohacker Brian Johnson, star of new Netflix documentary Don't Die, the man who wants to live forever, and Dr. Deborah Birx, who's the Trump former White House COVID response coordinator, entrepreneur and RFK supporter Grant Cardone, and Francesca Fiorentini, the co-host of America Unhinged on Zateo. Welcome to all of you. Francesca, let me start with you. RFK Jr. When I first interviewed him, I was very skeptical. I'd heard a lot of stuff about him being a crazy conspiracy theorist and so on. I've interviewed him probably 4 or 5 times since then, and I didn't get the feeling I was with a madman. I got a feeling I was with a guy who's immersed himself into health issues for many decades, that he has some opinions which others don't like, but that broadly speaking, he comes from a good place of wanting to make America a healthier place. What's wrong with that?
No, I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think he is the picture of health himself. I mean, he's a roided up 70-year-old who doesn't believe in germ theory and eats roadkill. I think that is perfect. He sounds like he's speaking into a fan half the time, and he doesn't believe in vaccines. He wants to replace healthcare in this country with Ozempic, and he also wants to limit access to antidepressants and psychiatric meds for all Americans and replace it with things like meditation. If we think we have a mental health care crisis in this country now, just you wait until RFK Jr. is finished with this country. If you think there is some sort of drug epidemic, people are going to be buying Adderall on the black market in insane amounts. He also thinks that Jewish people and Chinese people can't get COVID. That was a fun one. You should tell that to my uncle. Oh, wait, he's dead. Also, 83 Samoans also dead from the anti-vax work that he did in American Samoa. Just as there's a measles outbreak in Texas right now because of the kind of lies about vaccines that he has spilled. But honestly, Piers, other than that, truly a picture of health.
Right, but you certainly painted a rosy picture of the forthcoming health secretary. Deborah, let me ask you. I mean, look, you're a medical expert. You specialised in HIV, AIDS, immunology, vaccine research, global health. I remember you obviously centre stage in the Trump COVID era. What do you make of RFK? I mean, do you think he's dangerous? Is he misguided in some areas? Is he broadly right?
You have some good points, some things that I can think of how Trump could get around the Constitution despite intimidation, threats of violence, etc. would be if J.D. Vance runs and wins and Trump runs as his VP, then Vance steps down and Trump is sworn in. Lol.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me if he tried, something stupid like that. Like, I wouldn't put anything past Trump. He's an actual, jackass, so he'll try anything. I'm sure there will be some crazy, unhinged shit by the end of his second term. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
What's your overview of him?
Well, we're finally having the discussions that we needed to have, frank discussions about the health of this country. I got to travel the country for many months during
Richard's autistic donut, and I tell you, Richard, will the tariffs really fuck up Costco?
Costco items affected by the tariffs part 2.
About 2 weeks ago, President Trump announced 25% tariffs on imports from Mexico and Canada, but agreed to delay them for 1 month. Now there are about 2 weeks left before they could start to kick in. If so, let's see what items will be affected. The first one are avocados. And yes, it depends on where they're sourced. These are from Mexico, so they will be affected. 6 of them for $9.99, so after tariffs, $12.49. $2 per avocado, that's pandemic prices. The second one are any kind of tequilas. This is a higher value brand called Don Julio. Currently $139.99, but after tariffs $175. The next one is French's mustard. Now it does say made in the United States, but the mustard seeds used for production come from Canada. Currently $6.89, but after tariffs it'll be $8.61. And last but not least, the toilet paper. Actually, that's going to be any kind of paper product. That's because most of the wood pulp used to make these products come from Canada. Currently $20.99, but after tariffs $26.24.
Jesus. I remember Jasmine used to go through toilet paper like fucking crazy. I don't know what the fuck she was doing with it. Thanks for the donation, Richard's autistic dono.
during COVID, working at the state level and the community level. And what I witnessed was a lot of undiagnosed disease that could have been treated early, that then resulted in COVID deaths. And I saw a health system that had completely deteriorated in our rural areas.
What do you think of Back to the Future 2 predicting Trump as a president/dictator? Also, will you react to this video?
Back to the Future did not predict 9/11. I'm not going to bother wasting my time with that stupid shit. There's a lot of old movies and cartoons that talked about the World Trade Centers being targeted for attacks. The reason for that is it was like a big American monument at the time, and it had already been attacked by terrorists multiple times before 9/11. So it was already kind of culturally, seen as a target for an obvious terror attack. There's a lot of movies where aliens blow up the World Trade Center. It's mentioned in a few cartoons where the World Trade Center is under attack. I think the Spider-Man animated series mentions it. So, yeah, no one predicted the World Trade Centers getting blown up. And I mean, they also didn't predict a Trump presidency or dictatorship. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation. Demon the cunt sucker.
Do you know what made me assured that Islam is true, basically?
How?
For me, what made me assured that Islam is true is basically the Quran. So I started an in-depth study of the Quran on my own self as a teenager because I wanted to see certain things. I looked at everything, like all the claims that would be made for and against, from mathematical miracles to scientific miracles. I looked at everything. I looked at the linguistics. Now, the thing really that did it for me was the language, because after a while I realized that, you know what, this book, it could not. It's not fathomable that this could have been from a human being. If someone had, I'm not saying obviously this is not the case with the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, but if someone had absolutely like the worst record in morality, yeah, but presented that book, I'd accept them as a prophet.
So he read all the parts about how it's okay to like keep sex slaves and rape children, and he's like, oh yeah, obviously God would think this. Delusional. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Our rural areas really don't have access to healthcare anymore. And the hub and spoke model that we had set up to get really sick people into the regional medical centers, they were over.
Oh, dude, it's hilarious. You can actually mathematically prove that God did not create the Quran. When it comes to inheritance, the Prophet Muhammad was illiterate, by the way. He didn't know how to read and write, so he had to get other people to, write things down for him. And he obviously, by extension, didn't know anything about math. And the way the Quran deals with inheritance proves this could not have been made from God. Because if you do a mathematical breakdown of the inheritance laws within the Quran, it's mathematically impossible. You end up with people getting shares of inheritance that adds up to more than the total wealth that, like the father would have had by the time of his death. It's hilarious. And again, Islamic scholars have to make adjustments to the Quran so that the inheritance laws work. It's so stupid, and people still believe in this retarded horseshit. Animal Liberation donated $2. How much to watch that video just for fun, though?
Do you know what?
Fuck. If you give me like $20, I'll watch it. Like, we already have to watch like this and then another Pierce Morgan thing, so $20 I'll watch it. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
Overwhelmed themselves. So COVID pointed out a lot of our issues with chronic disease. Like with early HIV, when we started, we were only treating those with symptoms. Well, that was the tip of the iceberg. When we finally started working.
That executive order Trump did where he says only him and the Attorney General can affirm what the law is will be challenged by SCOTUS, and there's no way that they will cuck their own power to him. At least you'd think. God tier historical ments.
Considering how corrupt the Supreme Court is, I wouldn't bank on it, but in all likelihood, yeah, it's going to be struck down by the Supreme Court. Thanks for the donation, retard.
And finding asymptomatic individuals and getting them on treatment early before they had evidence of disease, they could thrive. So what I'm hoping is this is a moment we work with Americans to reverse those early signs of disease and prevent the progression. And then we won't have frank diabetes and hypertension and stroke. We'll have a very different outcome. I see you shaking your head, but I actually have data. And so data, I think, trumps. I'm right now in West Texas, was out in West Texas for the last year, documenting the number of people who have asymptomatic early diabetes, 58%.
Richard's Autistic Dono donated $2. Richard, try this.
Did you know that you can make Baja Blast at home for less than $1? All you have to do is take a big cup and fill it 1/3 of the way with Sprite.
Add Sprite 1/3 of the way.
Then the next 1/3 with Mountain Dew.
Next add Mountain Dew.
And the secret ingredient is to fill it the rest of the way with Blue Powerade.
Fill the rest with Blue Powerade.
This seriously looks and tastes exactly like a Baja Blast.
This is DIY Baja Blast, and this one's from Taco Bell. They don't look quite the same. This one's lighter in color and a little bit cloudy. Taco Bell's was $3.22. This one's about $1. So price-wise, yeah, definitely cheaper. DIY first. Now Taco Bell. They taste the same. Baja Blast recipe justified.
Huh, what do you know? Probably not going to bother doing that because it's too much effort, but thanks for the donation, Richard's Autistic Dono. Demon loves vegan gains OnlyFans. Donate.
Many misunderstand Islam. Here are the 5 biggest misconceptions and the truth. 1. Islam is violent. Islam teaches peace and compassion.
Yeah, that's why 90% of terror attacks worldwide are committed by Islamic extremists.
The word Islam comes from salam. To Muslims oppress women, Islam granted women rights over 1,400 years ago.
That is not true. It is acceptable to keep slaves in Islam, and the Prophet Muhammad, after genociding Jewish tribes and tribes of the Quraysh and just anybody who isn't Muslim, he would keep women and girls as sex slaves. So, nope.
Including education, ownership, and inheritance. 3. Muslims worship Muhammad. False Muslims worship only Allah, the one and only God, Muhammad.
No, Muslims worship the Prophet Muhammad. This is a stupid game they play. Prophet Muhammad was not in communication with God. That's obvious. He wouldn't make mathematical mistakes in the Quran if he was actually in communication with God. So, everything in the Quran is just bullshit that the Prophet Muhammad blabbed, and as an extension, everyone is just worshiping the Prophet Muhammad. They're not worshiping this idea of God. So, if all the Quran was created by this scam artist, then, again, by extension, it's just analytically linked. You're just worshipping the Prophet Muhammad.
Is his final prophet for Islam. Spread by the sword, Islam mostly spread through trade.
No, Islam mostly spread through warfare. So he would murder tribes that wouldn't capitulate. And in situations where he was not able to spread Islam through warfare, so if he came across a tribe of people who were too well armed and would defeat his military, he would basically try to create like negotiations with them so that he would get ideal trade deals with them. So he'd try to wipe out all the surrounding tribes, take over their businesses, resources, and then he'd end up like, you know, making different trade deals and peace deals with them to avoid going to war because he knew the risk is too high of him losing.
And good character. 5. All Muslims are Arabs. Only 20% are Arabs. Islam is a global.
Yeah, so there are Persians.
Faith with diverse followers. Now you know the truth.
This guy's a fucking retard.
Alright, with this donation plus the others I just gave is 20.
Okay, sure, we can watch it. Thanks for the donation, Animal Liberation.
This is literally Richard Burgess.
Not quite. I am taller. Thanks for the donation, though, Majin Buu. Bend over, donate $2. Let me see. Before divorce, after divorce. That's good. Woman born with 2 vaginas keeps one just for her husband. That doesn't make any sense. Mosque ahead. That's a good warning sign. Bro, how did you know I'm Somalian? Thanks for the donation, Ben. Sengoku donated $2. I can't think of a bigger group of gaslighters than Muslims, can you? No. Scientologists would probably come in second. Thanks for the donation, Sengoku. Alright, let's do this.
Dr. Brown, on the night that I go back in time, you will be shot by terrorists. Please take whatever precautions are necessary to prevent this terrible disaster.
In the 1985 classic Back to the Future, at a scene called the Twin Pines Mall, we will bear witness to a sudden surprise terrorist attack, perpetrated by a group of Muslim terrorists.
Yep.
The attack is at the Twin, which is a reference to the Twin Towers. When we turn the sign upside down, the digits on the clock read 911 or 911. The Twin Pines are a symbolic representation of the Twin Towers. Before the terrorist attack, the twins are present, but after the attack, the twins are gone, replaced with a single pine. This takes place on 9/11.
The 9/11 thing is just a coincidence. This had nothing to do with the story. The Twin Pines Mall was just an arbitrary name that they decided to make so that they could have a gag in the first movie where after Marty runs over a pine tree, it ends up becoming called the Lone Pines Mall. That's it. It had nothing to do with symbolism for the Twin Towers.
Where the twins are destroyed and replaced with a single tower, the One World Trade Building. Also at this scene, Doc shows us 2 stopwatches, both of which display encoded 911s. Is this only a coincidence? The pines are the towers, and this symbol system is confirmed in Back to the Future Part 2, where we see the Twin Pines appear again on a projection movie screen in Marty's future house. Marty's family gathers around the movie screen, and the Twin Pines actually morph into the Twin Towers. This is because the Twin Pines are the Twin Towers. The pines are the towers. Pines, towers. And the Twin Pines Mall is the Twin Towers Mall, which is why all the clocks here secretly say 9/11 and why there will be a Muslim terrorist attack resulting in the destruction of the Twin Pines, or the Twin Towers. But the appearance of the towers is not a random backdrop, as we can see the Statue of Liberty lurking just as secretly as the towers, making this scene a secret recreation of New York City, where Marty's family has gathered to stare at Ground Zero. Of these 3 characters staring at Ground Zero, one of them is completely upside down. But in the entire Back to the Future saga, this is the only time when an upside-down character will ever appear. The hint being given here is to observe the scene from his perspective by turning it upside down. But when doing so, the Twin Towers are clearly shown to be falling down. In the entire history of cinema, this scene of Back to the Future is the most literal depiction ever made showing the Twin Towers falling down. So how is it possible that this scene would occur in a story that already contains a terrorist attack by Muslims at the Twins on 9/11, where the Twins are the Twin Towers, which then execute Hollywood's best depiction of the Twin Towers collapse? But Back to the Future doesn't just portray this attack, it develops into an elaborate warning about it.
Just go back early and warn him. I have to tell you about the future! Doc, about the future. You will be shot by terrorists.
But Marty is carrying more essential information about the future. He knows the exact time and date that a tower will be struck.
I have a feeling that this conspiracy theory video with Back to the Future is just this but repackaged and not humorous lol.
This is my frog. He doesn't have a name. He's a frog, not a toad, because toads don't ribbit. I think frogs are good pets. PowerPoint report on the truth behind the 9/11 attacks. from the jet fuel melted the steel framing of the towers, which led to their collapse. But did you know the Pentagon was hit by a hijacked plane as well? But whoa. So now, the inevitable question. If terrorists didn't cause 9/11, who have? Which leads us all to the mastermind of the 9/11 attacks. Kyle.
Yeah, it's just such a ridiculous reach. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Alex O'Connor backed out of a debate with a Muslim because he was scared of getting death threats. He is such a fat fucking pussy. The definition of a faggot's he has no problem attacking other religions, though. Also, why am I so bloated after trying vegan?
Yeah, he's a massive fucking pussy-ass cuck. Like, we're all gonna die eventually. None of us are gonna live forever. And if you're gonna allow your life to be dictated by people who just threaten you, like, what's the point of even living? It's just stupid. You're just giving these people more power, which is antithetical to your whole, like, life goal anyway. So, yeah, he's just a cowardly fucking pussy. Simple as that. Thanks for the donation, Big Cock Jason Killer. And why do you feel bloated? Because you ate food. Demon Cunt donated $2. Please go debate. Just a life visitor on TikTok would be so funny. I don't know who that is, and I don't have TikTok. Thanks for the donation, dude.
The clock tower! Save the clock tower! Don't forget to take a flyer. Save the clock tower!
In a story we already suspect of being a 9/11 warning, how is it possible that this phrase appears on a flyer telling the future? Then, when the tower strike takes place, a giant flaming 9/11 is ignited in the street. Marty knows exactly when and where this tower
Oh my god. 9/11. Just give me a break.
strike will happen because it's all written on this flyer and placed in his hands. But something lurks in
Richard's autistic dono donated $2. Richard, go to Japan, try this. Thanks.
These are $100 grapes! I was looking for the $100 mango, and my search brought me to this bougie shopping mall that had a store that sold ridiculously priced fruit. We're talking $6 apples, $9 pears, and $11 for 2 strawberries. They didn't have $100 mangoes, but they did have melons. And there's your proof for the $100 grapes. In addition to the grapes, I got $40 melon because none of the $100 ones were ripe, and the $11 strawberries. I'm gonna eat these 2 tomorrow. This still needs to ripe a little more. But let's try the strawberry first. $5.50 a strawberry is crazy. Here we go. It tastes like any other well-ripened strawberry. Hell no! It's the following morning. Melon doesn't feel 100% ripe, but it'll have to do because I have a flight to catch. Let's cut this up. Oh, it's cutting through really nice. Oh, that smells good.
I hate these fucking melons.
I'm gonna cut this up more. I'll be right back. Here's one more look at the melon. It's actually ripe. Here we go. Pretty damn good. Probably the juiciest and softest melon I've ever tried. For $40, a one and done is justified. And last, what we've all been waiting for, the $100 grapes. So big, round, and plump. Aesthetics-wise, the prettiest grapes I have ever seen. All right, here we go. You bite into it, it explodes with juices. But having said that, was this price justified? Hell no!
Yeah, I'll try some of that fruit if I go to Japan. Thanks for the donation, dude.
in the background overseeing this transaction. But why does this symbol hover while Marty is forewarned about the tower strike? Back to the Future was written and directed by Robert Zemeckis, first released in 1985, but to depict the future, Zemeckis chose October 2015.
All right, what's going on, huh? Where are we? When are we?
October 21st, 2015. 2015?
The Twin Towers scene takes place in October 2015, and the towers appear on a movie screen, meaning the McFly family is watching a secretly placed Twin Towers movie released on October 2015, directed by Robert Zemeckis. So how could it be that now, in the real October 2015, a major Hollywood production is about to hit theaters worldwide, and it is exclusively about the Twin Towers? It happens to be directed by Robert Zemeckis. The title of this new Twin Towers film is The Walk, and this new Twin Towers film has the exact same release date as the secret Twin Towers film planted in Back to the Future, which exposes the symbolism of the pines and depicts the Twin Towers collapse. So why would Zemeckis now draw our attention to it with a major Hollywood production? Back to the Future was released in 1985, The Walk in 2015, exposing this warning after 30 years.
Bend over, $9. Check out this thread. Trump, we're giving 20% of all Doge savings back to the American people, black women. Well, yeah.
In case you were wondering, this is how you paint a cat.
Let me see, ABC. Oh my goodness. Oh wow. Oh my god, that painting is so lifelike. Wow. Oh my god. Thanks for the donation, ABC. That was a nice kitty. My crush rejected me over my big forehead. I guess that's Japan. I understand how Vietnam veterans feel about stolen valor now. Another day in my piece of shit incel retard freak evil pervert life. Okay. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Marty writes this warning into a letter. He seals it shut, intending for it to remain hidden for a specific amount of time.
What's the meaning of this? Find out in 30 years. What's the meaning of this? Find out in 30 years.
The Walk is the reveal of the 9/11 warning given to Doc while he is rigging a giant wire to the Twin Tower representing Clock Tower.
Evening, Dr. Brown. What's with the wire?
The Walk is about a plot to rig a giant wire to the Twin Towers. So Marty records the warning while Doc is rigging the wire to the tower. Marty tells Doc he will understand the warning in 30 years.
Find out in 30 years.
30 years later, the director makes a movie about rigging a wire to a tower, the Twin Towers, because the warning within Marty's letter is about a terrorist attack at the Twin Towers.
What's with the wire? What's with the wire? What's with the wire? What's with the wire?
After rigging this wire, the tower strike takes place, and a Marty McFly from the future runs out onto the scene. He has just time traveled here from October 2015, the release date of The Walk. But in The Walk, standing on top of the Twin Towers, is Marty McFly. This Marty has arrived here from the exact date where this Marty is standing. The plot of The Walk is the tower wire rigging event that just took place at this scene. One Marty is standing on top.
Kid Boo, $22. Let me see.
That black men tend to date.
We prefer black women.
No.
But you know what?
It's been proven through apps and statistics that black women are the least likely to date among any race. So why are you worried about me wearing my natural hair, me wearing a wig, me wearing braids? What is the point in this conversation that we're having?
That's exactly why, because a lot of most... Okay.
What's the
I don't know what that conversation's really about, but thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
Top of the Twin Towers, while the other Marty stands inside a giant flaming 9/11 in the wake of a tower strike, while simultaneously...
What game are you playing next? Not totally sure. Like, I do want to finish Spider-Man 2 on PC, so we'll probably play more of that later. And, do you want to play the Cuphead DLC? And, whatchamacall? Contra, probably Castlevania, like the original NES.
Simultaneously across town, another Marty witnesses a terrorist attack take place at the Twins, which are actually the Twin Towers, a fact we learned from the secretly placed Twin Towers movie released on October 2015. This movie is actually The Walk, which is why it has Marty McFly standing on top of the Twin Towers.
What's the meaning of this? What's with the wire? What's with the wire?
Demon Cunt donated 211. When you gonna rematch that Christian philosopher on the problem of evil? You mean this guy? Oh yeah, the other guy. Not sure yet. Thanks for the donation, dude. Oh, is this a presuppositionalist meme? Yeah, it's a really stupid argument. For one thing, they can't actually make up an argument why, you know, something like math or logic necessitates the existence of a god. And two, you can work within the model to prove the model. There's no issue with that. So it's just stupid. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt. Jason Burn Quran donated $2.
This is what happened to everyone who burned the Quran. A few years ago, a group in Norway burned the Quran in front of everyone. But just a few hours later, their leader was in a fatal car accident. And let's not forget the man who burned the Quran in Sweden in recent weeks. After boasting about the protection of the Swedish police, they abandoned him without any warning, and he is now living in fear. In short, everyone who thinks about burning the Quran in the future may not get anything in this world, but their afterlife will be at least described as bad. And
yeah, I'll do a crayon burning thing. And, you know, they can try. Thanks for the donation, Jason Burn Quran.
Find out in 30 years! Find out in 30 years! Doc! Okay, relax, Doc. Come here, it's Marty. No, I can't. Just send you back to the future. Oh, I know you can't send me back to the future, but I'm back. I'm back from the future.
More human minds on planet Earth observed 9/11 than any single event in human history, making it a massive terrestrial meditation concentrating collective consciousness onto a single space-time focal point, making 9/11 humanity's most potent consciousness-altering stargate. Zemeckis, a precogging conduit, channels the 9/11 archetype with his Tower Strike Twin Pines terror attack cinematic superimposition, both scenes featuring the transdimensional portal, pointing to 9/11 as the archetype of transcendence. The consciousness portal is opened by touching the 2001 monolith, the movie screen, as touching the two-dimensional screen dispels its three-dimensional guise, revealing how the images it portrayed were not actually real.
One of those that use so many names that you forget your own.
To touch the monolith is to be freed from the fabricated narrative portrayed on the screen or by film, finally seeing the illusion employed to paint audience perspective into a box. The screen.
Or it's just a funny coincidence and you're just, you know, making this up.
As the 2001 monolith is present on Ground Zero in the form of the Millennium Hilton Hotel, which was intentionally built to mimic the 2001 monolith, the movie screen. Humanity's mass tuning into the 9/11 events was the collective touching of the monolith, where enslaved minds in mass began rejecting the narrative of their controllers. To tune in to 9/11 was to touch the screen and finally see the illusion opening the portal of transcendence. As Marty opens this portal during the 9/11 scene splice amalgamation, he makes contact with the illusion by touching film via the film booth at the exact moment the portal opens. Then by touching film via the movie theater at the exact moment the portal opens. Again, to open the portal, Marty must touch film via the movie screen at the exact moment the portal opens, touching the screen, dispelling the illusion, opening the portal while enacting the 9/11 archetype. To touch the screen, finally becoming the creator of the fabricated images, relinquishes the monopolization of its power, removing the smoke from the screen and arming the awakened with skepticism. This film-instigated ascension is the same as the 9/11 ascension, a message that discredits the medium which carries it.
Yeah, I'm not convinced.
In this community, a rural community that was picked relatively at random, 58% of individuals already had pre-diabetic or diabetic states, and another 60% were already hypertensive. None of them knew they were. They were all in their 30s, 40s, and 50s. This is our moment where we can actually tackle the issues that everyone has been ignoring for more than 2 decades.
But can I just ask the doctor, I mean, I'm surprised that you are a doctor. I believe in preventative medicine, and I think that RFK Jr. does a really good job of hiding the ball when he says things like chronic disease. I absolutely believe in that. The number one way to stop chronic disease is to have access to a doctor, to have regular checkups. 40 million people in...
No, the best way to prevent chronic disease is by having a healthy diet and lifestyle.
Texas alone are uninsured. And a lot of them buy into some of the quack science that RFK Jr. is trotting out there, which is why if you were in West Texas, you should know that there is a massive amount of people who don't get vaccinations. And that's why we've got a measles outbreak right now. So in order to say, okay, you were the COVID, we know you're the COVID lady, right? I'm not trying to come down on you on that. I think you could have done a lot better of a job. You obviously were responsible for papering over Trump's worst wiles, like injecting bleach into, your system in addition to ivermectin. Please don't at me all the ivermectin psychos. And, we know he liked you because you wore a pretty scarf and, you're nice to look at. And that's great. But you're also a doctor and you have a responsibility. So you have to tell the American people that it's the fact that they can't get access to affordable meds. They can't get access to a doctor without charging them an arm and a leg for basic things. If you need, let's say, a CT scan or an X-ray, right? If you have all kinds of just basic things, that you're not allowed to get that without being charged an arm and a leg. I've done work on this as a journalist. I've interviewed people who refuse to go to the doctor because they cannot afford it. RFK Jr. does not believe in healthcare for all people. He says it's too expensive. Meanwhile, he wants to hawk everyone a bunch of supplements, and under his FDA, I'm sure a bunch of stuff is going to be approved of.
Okay, well, before I go to the other two guests who've not had a chance to contribute yet, I think it's only fair that, Deborah, you get to respond to that. So what would you say?
No, it's always disappointing to me when you have to degrade somebody to actually have a clear discussion. What I'm trying to be very clear on is there are people with insurance who are undiagnosed because they don't have time to go to the doctor because they're working 7 days a week. So we have to, in the medical community, adjust to people's needs. We can't do this one size fits all, that urban areas have access and a lot of rural areas do not have access. Yes, sure, insurance was an issue for a group of people and still remains an issue for some, but it doesn't answer all of our questions. And so just picking...
Demon Cunt donated $2.11.
Did you know fasting is not just for Muslims?
Non-Muslim TikTokers are taking part in this year's Ramadan.
I'm not a Muslim, but this year I will be celebrating.
I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Your specific argument and not recognizing that America is a very diverse country with a diverse set of needs. And what I'm telling you, the data...
How will RFK Jr. make it better?
RFK is already making it better by having a frank discussion about healthcare needs in this country and the level of chronic disease and the fact that our food has all of these additives, which we know now. I mean, I'm sure you support the fact that the gut microbiome is critically important. And we've been abusing our gut microbiome for decades with these food additives. And now we know that our gut microbiome, which none of us in the 1980s when we were trained.
The whole microbiome thing is just fucking retarded. Nobody knows what the fucking microbiome does, what an ideal microbiome is, whether there's an ideal microbiome for each individual. Like, it's just pseudoscientific nonsense. Jason Pussy Sniffer donated $2. Let me see. Yeah, that's retarded. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Really paid attention to. He's waking people up to that issue of food, gut microbiome.
Well, let's talk about food. I mean, really
okay, well, hang on. Let me bring in. We've got two other guests. Let me bring in Brian Johnson. Brian, great to see you again. We had a fascinating interview a year ago or so. This is all in your wheelhouse because you've gone on an extraordinary personal journey about health. First of all, what is your assessment of the state of America's health right now?
Yeah, I think the backdrop to all of this that's really important is that AI is advancing at a speed that is unfathomable to our current minds. We are bringing online the equivalent of billions, if not soon trillions of hours of PhD-level intelligence, human intelligence, to find new discoveries about health and wellness and things that can improve our lives. And this cannot be understated. So as much as we want to debate an individual and their ideas, in the backdrop, the technological thrust and movement forward is just really the most powerful force in the entire world, that it will transform the way we think about health and wellness. And over the past couple of years, I've become the most measured person in human history, proving that you can, in fact, measure the biological age of your organs in a robust fashion. That we can begin doing this for a very large number of people. So I think we're at a turning point in terms of the way we think about health and wellness, where instead of responding to symptoms, we can actually get ahead of it. And I think it actually answers a really important question. What is the West fighting for? I think it would be pretty cool if America said, we are going to become the healthiest nation on planet Earth, that we're going to have the longest lifespan of any country in the world. It's a really bold endeavor. It would be something that we could lock into. I think everyone benefits from positive health.
And what about RFK himself? Do you think he's a force for good, or are you worried about some of the stuff he does and says?
He is an atypical person in the job, and there's a mixed level of opinions of his, but that's true for anybody. If you bring anyone into this position, there's an easy way to take them down. He's well-intentioned. He has different ideas. I think ultimately, at the end of the day, I think he will respect science. I think he will move forward with science, and I think that he'll be good for the health of America.
This guy doesn't believe AIDS exists, so no.
Okay, Grant, you've been very patient. Thank you for that. You're a big fan of RFK. I'm going to say I like him personally. I've enjoyed interviewing him. He's a very smart guy. That is without any doubt. I think he's a smart guy. He's a big thinker. And frankly, I always say to people, I've been saying this a lot recently, if you look at pictures from New York or LA or Miami or anywhere you like from 1920 and you compare them to today, what do you see? No fat people. right? You just see a bunch of fit-looking people, albeit with a smaller health span expectancy because of disease and so on. But Americans, like the British, have just got very fat and immobile with all the disease that comes with that. They're eating crap food in the main and so on. And here you got a guy, RFK, who's 70-odd. He looks very fit himself, so he practices what he preaches. And he just wants to think differently about what America is doing to itself with food. I mean, that alone.
Vegan something or other.
Go study all the tests that Baylor University did. Meat is still a carcinogen.
Ugh, this is exhausting. I need a drink. The problem is this is cherry picking. You can find researchers saying we should switch to an entirely plant-based diet. And you can find researchers saying that meat is harmless. And you can find...
Yeah, the Nutrirex study was just garbage. It's not... This is about the propensity of evidence, not picking who says what.
And researchers saying that we should include meat in our diet. And all this is confusing for us laymen. Quite frankly, as a non-health expert, I would say that humans are complex, and everybody should talk to a health expert about what diet is right for them. For example, my mother is allergic to legumes and most tree nuts. She needs meat, and her doctor is...
No, she does not. You don't need to eat legumes or tree nuts.
Told her this. She's in fact her healthiest when she's eating mostly meat and she cuts out the red wine. Isn't that right, Mom? The bottom line is you should talk to a physician about what diet is right for you. Not every...
So this is a contradiction. He just said experts have different opinions, and then he said ask expert opinion. So expert opinion is both right and wrong, and you should listen to an expert who could be right or wrong.
Everyone can be vegan or vegetarian.
When you study quantum medicine and you understand frequency, all illnesses vibrate at a specific frequency.
That is just woo-woo pseudoscientific...
Stupid. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Why is Destiny such a faggot?
I had to take out loans to go to school. My mom didn't even graduate high school.
Hey, why? If your family's poor, why would you have to take out loans to go to school?
What? I just told you.
If your family's poor, why would you have to take out loans to go to school?
Why would I have to take out loans to go to school? What do you mean? I have to take out loans so my family can't afford to pay to put me through school.
Hold on. Was your family actually poor, or did you just lie?
What are you talking about?
If you go to school and your family has a low gross income, you fill out the FAFSA. And the FAFSA is going to award you a ton of federal aid, assuming that you don't actually have the gross income from your parents to actually go to school. So if your parents are super poor, I don't know why you had to pay full out-of-state tuition to go to a university.
I did. Do you think? What do you mean? Did I lie?
I don't know how if your parents are poor, if they have a
She lied.
low gross income, how do you not qualify for the FAFSA?
Okay, well, I'm telling you the truth, so I don't know what to say. I don't know, like, if you're trying to shame me for not doing things right.
I'm not trying to shame you. The background doesn't make any sense. I'm not shaming anything.
What is your point in saying, am I lying about it? Like,
because I don't understand how you came from a poor family and didn't fill out a FAFSA and get a ton of student aid.
I did fill out FAFSA.
And they didn't give you anything?
I maybe got, in terms of I remember getting a Pell Grant that was like $8,000.
Okay.
But I'm telling the truth, so I just want to be clear.
Yeah, Candace Owens is a liar. Thanks for the donation, Krillin. Jason, pussy sniffer $20, dude, makes his son measure his cock. Check his hard drive.
If you were to introduce yourself to all of India's 18 to 35-year-old age bracket, how would you do it?
I have nighttime erections better than an average 18-year-old. That's all people care about. My best time was 2 hours and 59 minutes. That's the length of the Titanic movie, by the way.
Can I ask something? Who was doing the nighttime erection checks? Like when you...
Oh, you should have brought one. Good father-son bonding.
It's an activity.
Yeah, he's a good son.
What's your personal best?
I actually haven't measured it yet, but
okay.
I'm going to start measuring it. I think it's going to be a fun competition between us. Like,
That's great, dude.
As Deborah said, I think it's a good way to start, isn't it?
Hey, look, I mean, all you got to do is look around the country, just like you said in your opening, 355 million people. Most of them look older than they are. They're definitely overweight. You got autism breaking out in this country at great rates, infertility, sperm counts down, infant mortality goes on and on and on. Anybody that does not want to confront that with new eyes, like your self-described journalists down there in the red, It seems to be here just to antagonize, not solve a problem.
Self-described entrepreneur.
ADD, ADHD, depression levels. I think 25% of the country's on some kind of medication that's below 25 years old. And we consume more medication in this one country with 350 million people than the entire planet combined. And anyone that doesn't want to confront that, like Robert Kennedy is, and by the way, he helped get Donald Trump voted in as a mandate. The country wants change and is willing to confront the status quo.
I also think with him, Francesca, there are some, definite disingenuous attempts to misrepresent him. I asked him categorically.
When you make statements like that, like the U.S. consumes more medication than the entire world combined, like what point are you trying to make there? If the U.S. wasn't consuming these medications, would they be better off? Because by all metrics, people are living longer. Quality of life has improved. Versus these other countries that are consuming less medication, have lower life expectancy, and are poorer and all this shit. Would the U.S. be better off if we didn't consume these medications? And the U.S. also has, like, greater obesity rates and shit like that compared to other countries. Like, they might need those medications to treat some of the chronic diseases that are unique to the United States. So again, is it better for people to go blind or get their legs chopped off because they're not taking diabetes medication? Is that better?
Historically, is the anti-vaccination period? He said absolutely not. And in fact, his own kids have been immunized against various things. He's very skeptical, as many people are, about the COVID vaccine, particularly the mRNA vaccines. I was with, for what it's worth, one of the top cancer experts in Britain for lunch a couple of days ago, who was utterly scathing about the long-term impact of the mRNA vaccines, Pfizer and Moderna, and says that they're reaping a whirlwind in the world of cancer, for example, as a result of the vaccines. Not to say that I personally believe they saved many lives, but did we have enough time to examine the potential consequences? Almost certainly not. So he's been skeptical about that.
Just absolutely fucking retarded. mRNA vaccines have been in research for, what, at least 20 years? So this idea that, oh, they just suddenly came up with this, like, no, they've been researched for 20 years.
But he's not anti-vaccine, as many people like to portray him.
Except that he founded an organization, the Children's Health Defense League, that is straight up against vaccinations. They are selling onesies for babies that says, unvaxxed and unafraid, right? Like, that's what they're doing. They're an anti-vax organization. That's what he has done for decades now. I just want to name, trust me, if we think that ripping people's psychiatric meds away is going to be beneficial for the health of this country, you have another thing coming. We are going to see
Actually, I do think it's a good idea.
Massive drug epidemic.
Hang on.
We're going to...
No, you hang on. To answer that point, I do. America is ridiculously over-medicated, particularly in the area of antidepressant drugs and anxiety drugs and so on. And Britain's going the same way.
No, I think it's great. I think it's
there
great.
are millions of young people.
Yes, rather than taking antidepressant and anti-anxiety drugs, it's way better if people were to just develop an alcohol addiction. Like, why do you think alcoholism is so common in Russia, and it's actually become more common since the war broke out and everybody's become more poor? Like, it's way better if people just drink vodka every fucking day, give themselves, like, crippling alcohol addiction and liver disease and shit like that, than just taking antidepressant meds when they need it. It's just retarded. David Chubby, donate $2, react to 32, 24 to 34. Let me see.
Oh, great. Another award show. This one's called the Real Game Awards. I mean, come on. What, like the real Ghostbusters? Were there fake ones? I mean, that makes no fucking sense. Real clever, Craig. Anyway, they asked me to present the award for the shitty-ass game of the year. And if there's one thing I know better than good games, it's shitty games. So these ones are nominated by you, the fans. Let's get to it. So the nominees for the shitty-ass game of the year are Concord, Dragon Age: The Veilguard, Dustborn, Suicide Squad: Kill the Justice League, and the
all live service.
winner, or I guess the loser in this case,
Concord?
is Dustborn.
Yeah, Dustborn.
Dustborn, yeah. More like Dustbin. Playing this felt like digging through a dumpster trying to find a Twinkie that expired in 1994. Anyway, thanks for letting me present the Shitty Game Awards. The assholes.
Games of all sizes and genres.
Assholes.
Games of all sizes here are Astrobot, Black Myth Wukong, Stellar Blade, The First Descendant,
Space Marine 2 or Stellar Blade should be number 1.
Space Marine 2,
Black Myth Wukong was absolute just dog water.
Zelda Echoes of Wisdom, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth,
probably gonna give it to
and
Black
Unicorn Overlord. And the Real Game Award for Game of the Year goes to, with 31% of your votes.
There we go. Everyone's a retard. I can't trust user reviews anymore because everyone's a fucking retard. They don't know what a good game is. Black Myth Wukong is just fucking terrible. Thanks for the donation, David Chevy. Jason, erection contest, $22, erection. Alright, thanks for the donation, dude.
That's not me. WTF.
Alright, well thank you for clarifying that. Appreciate the donation, David Chevy.
Hang on, Francesca. Hang on, don't start shouting. Don't start shouting. Let me put a question to you.
I bet money that Francesca's on drugs right now.
Francesca, let me put a question to you. Hang on, guys, hang on. Can you both please hang on?
What happens is
Francesca,
people's medications away.
let me make a point, please. Let me make my point, and then respond. Everyone stop talking for a moment. Francesca, the point I'm making is America has 80% of the world painkiller consumption. 80%, right? You have millions of don't respond yet, millions of young people who are taking completely unnecessary, mind-bending drugs for things like anxiety, depression, often self-diagnosed. And guess what happens? You then have a load of weirdo, loner kids running around with their brains scrambled who...
It's not self-diagnosed. Like, it's so retarded. So, if you go to the doctor and say you have back pain, are you self-diagnosing a condition? No. You're telling the doctor what your symptoms are. So, if you go to the doctor and you're saying, I am in constant fear, especially in certain social situations, and I start shaking, and I'm super nervous, and I can't sleep, you're telling them what your symptoms are, and then they can make the diagnosis. They're not self-diagnosing.
Who commit mass shootings and stuff like that. There's a direct correlation.
Jason, erection contest.
Money can't buy you happiness, but it sure can buy you some fucking raw salmon. Money can't...
Okay, that's great.
And we're going the same way in Britain. Young people are getting massively over-medicated. So I am actually in favor of RFK trying to pull America away from its addiction to mind-bending drugs.
There's a real-life example for what happens when you kick people off of painkillers, which I agree. Painkillers were overused, specifically the Sackler family, when it comes to OxyContin, right? We all know this infamous case got millions of people addicted to OxyContin when they didn't need to be on such a heavy opioid, right? And so what happened? Rightfully, doctors started rescinding those scripts, which was good, but then people were already addicted. So they sought painkillers on the black market, which were mostly just heroin, opioids, fentanyl, and whatnot. And ask anyone who studies these issues, it made it worse. Meaning we need to understand that when you just rip meds, when you rip meds away from people, no. When you rip meds away from people, you actually have to have some kind of fallback that helps them and rehabilitates them. Otherwise, they go to the street to buy street drugs. Everybody knows this. It's well proven. But again, what do I know? I'm not trying to hawk supplements. Here's what I'll say.
Can we just go back to talk about the health issues? Because I think I'm really hoping that we can have that discussion because I think, and I really appreciate you all being open-minded, that he's bringing
Mike donated $2 on a scale of 1 to 10. How based is this guy? Let me see.
And just to wrap it up, why should we hire you, Daryl?
Oh,
this is your time. You tell me, why should we hire you?
Well, you people posted the job online now.
We did.
So you're looking for somebody, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here I am. You called, I answered. I mean, it doesn't have to get more complicated than that. And also, if you hire me now, you don't have to talk to anybody else. So. Imagine if you hire me now, done. You see this work, they're giving you, I don't know who assigned you this, they're giving you busy work. If I were you, I'll do yourself a favor. Just hire me. That way, you don't have to interview, you don't have to evaluate. Done. You have your hire, you can go home, rest for the rest of the week.
Love the confidence.
I mean, he makes sense. Thanks for the donation, Mike.
Bringing a new tone to the investigation and really talking about diagnosing disease early. And I love the AI approach. We have reams of data in our electronic medical records, and we're not using them. Data should be used, and we can anonymize it, and we can look at what people's risk factors are, and we can do so much with the information we already have, and we can find solutions. I hear you talk about Texas and the immunization rates there. That issue is in one of our very culturally special groups in West Texas that has had a vaccine exemption for decades. It's in, we all know our Amish and Mennonites have always historically been vaccine hesitant. And I think, so don't group that situation in Texas with the rest of the country. And let's remember what he said in the hearing. He made it very clear to every mom out there that his children were immunized about childhood vaccines. Yeah. And what we've done wrong in public health is we didn't explain that COVID vaccines were nothing like the childhood vaccines, and that the childhood vaccines, like many of the diseases, you get it once, you don't get it again. And this is getting the children to have that disease without getting the deadly consequences. That is not what the COVID vaccine was designed to do. It wasn't.
That's not how every childhood vaccine works. This woman's just a dumb bitch.
Designed to prevent against infection. And if you look at the vaccine hesitancy rates, they've doubled since COVID. So we have to start addressing these things. We can't just ignore them.
And Deborah, let me ask you, Deborah. I mean, given that you were the face of COVID from the Trump presidency at the time, do you share, this doctor who I was with, do you share the concerns about the longer-term negative impact of some of the COVID vaccines?
The messenger RNA vaccine should have been rolled out for the people that were at risk for severe disease, because that's what the vaccine was developed for. But when we say that we're following the science and the data, we need to.
Like, this is so retarded. Everyone was at risk for COVID. Just because you don't have a risk of death, you still have a risk of morbidity. And on top of that, you need vaccines to reduce transmission rates. Like, they work by herd immunity. Like, how is this person a medical doctor?
Follow the science and the data. And the science and the data said people primarily over 65 or people with significant comorbidities were at risk for severe disease. Those are the individuals that should have been immunized first. And we should have put our science.
They were the ones who were immunized first, you fucking idiot.
Behind our immunization schedule and protected those most at risk. It went into young people in hospitals.
I couldn't get the COVID vaccine until like 4 or 5 months after it was released because they were immunizing people who were 65 and older first. They went by age group, so it was 65 and older first, then it was like 45 and over, and then my age group finally got it.
Hospitals before it went into our elderly and nursing homes. That is not following the science and the data. So I am all for following the science and the data, but
this woman is either like out of her mind and fucking retarded and cracked, or she's just a liar.
It shouldn't just be a statement. It should be a reality. And when we don't match what we do in public health to the science and the data, that is when we get into trouble. And that's when we start to fracture trust with the American people.
Okay, Brian, again, you're going through this extraordinary experiment with your own body. And I guess we'll see, proof will be in the pudding, right? If you're still here in 100 years' time, we're all going to be going the Brian Johnson route. But if you're RFK right now, what do you think are the biggest priorities for public health in America?
Yeah, I think one is getting the direction correct. I think that if America wanted to become the healthiest country in the entire world, that is the right direction. Right now, I think we're trying to fight over what is the source of the problem. But generically speaking, over 40% of the U.S. population is obese. I recently went to India, and I was shocked that the air pollution was so bad. It was like smoking 4 cigarettes per day, but nobody had an air purifier, nobody had a mask. And I thought, how is this possible? They are so normalized to such a tragedy. I mean, babies are breathing this air. I came back to the U.S., and I saw almost everyone I saw was obese. I thought, we have the same problems here, and I'm normalized to it. I couldn't see it. I'm oblivious to it. So I think we have a very serious problem. We are a terribly unhealthy country. It is bad for our work. It is bad for our play. It is bad for our family. It leads us all to be manic. It is a really terrible situation. So what I'm hopeful for is this is a wake-up call for all of us, that we can come together in a goal that we want to be the healthiest country in the world, and we have the fortuitous situation that we have the best technology in the entire world. If we can actually incorporate technology into our healthcare system in a way that's sensible and practical, I think we really could lead the world. So to me, I'm very bullish on this. But I mean, I just did my first panel, I have to say, and I'm not very good at jumping in and making inflammatory remarks and like talking over people. So I need to get better at this. But I mean, I think really this is like a really cool moment for us as a country, for us to find a new purpose for existence.
Yeah.
Why is it, do you think, that we're so unhealthy? That's my question. Is it because we're one of the only developed nations without universal health care? Is it because millions and millions of Americans die every single day because they don't have access to a doctor?
No, it's because Americans are fucking fat fucks. Americans just eat too much. They're greedy, retarded idiots, and they try to eat the sugariest, greasiest, fattiest fucking food they can and get the most of it they possibly can at the cheapest price they can. That's why Americans are so unhealthy. They just eat like shit.
Get more money per civilian.
I'll tell you this. I have been.
Yes, we do.
Hang on. Don't talk about it. Grant, I'll bring you in a moment. But Brian, just to respond to that. the universal healthcare.
Yeah, so over the past 4 years, so 4 years ago, I posed this question: are we the first generation that won't die? Now, in any previous generation, it would have been absolutely crazy to pose that question. Of course, death is inevitable. At this moment, though, in the speed at which AI is developing, I think it is the first time in human history where you can ask with a sober face that we may be the first generation who won't die.
I agree.
Now, doing that, I become the most measured person in the world. And we have measured everything, every biological age of every organ in my body. Also, we've measured the toxins in all foods and all supplements. I can tell you, I've learned the outcome is food is guilty until proven innocent. The toxin load in our foods is insane.
Vegan rights activist Demon donate $2. What do you think?
Walk like a king, or walk like you don't give a f who the king is.
Dude, red pill content is so fucking cringy. Thanks for the donation, dude. Jason Cunt Fucker donate $2. Let me
Think
see.
about it. Why would you not sun the most vital area of your body? Sunlight has full color spectrum mitochondria needed for optimal
Sunlight does not have mitochondria.
function. The more you hide a body part from the sun, the weaker it will be. Think about it.
Yeah, that's nice and retarded. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Whilst we're on the topic of conspiracy theories, is it true that before you moved to Canada, you were living in East Nigeria under the name Mohammed Abu Abdul bin Kumar? This is the rumor that is currently going around. Come clean. You are a terrorist.
No, I've never been to Nigeria. Thanks for the donation, Richard Exposed.
You stay alive.
So wait, hold tight.
no.
Like, why do you interrupt so much?
Why
You know, because I'm like trying to get to the point. I asked you a very specific question, and you're repeating
Sure.
how you're never gonna die, and all the blood boys that you have on on lock, or like nobody cares, man. We're not as rich as you to live forever.
care.
People
I
want to be
care
able to
about
see a
the
doctor.
conversation.
People want to survive when they get
so
a
the
diagnosis.
point, yeah.
People want to get access to meds and not go bankrupt. Medical bankruptcy is
And
the
you-
leading
you-
cause of bankruptcy in this country. Don't you know that? Or are you too rich to sort of like X yourself out of that situation?
Man, you are really a
I
rude
was actually
person.
enjoying his answers.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
Brian,
Someone
I'll-
should be
I'll
rude,
finish
man.
my
Someone should
statement
ask you
if
hard
I could
questions.
have the-
You know this guy's not gonna appear.
Francesca, let him answer. Let him answer. Brian.
Thank you. I appreciate that very much. My goodness. So what I'm saying is we have tested foods of all types, and the toxin load in the U.S. food supply is horrific. It is really, really bad for everyone's health. Now, when you're consuming toxins every day, when children are, adults are, and you don't have control over that, just like breathing bad air, you really get sick. And so is it the case that you don't have a doctor, is that the problem? Or is it the case that you've got a toxic food supply that's filling you full of these things every single day? And so what I think would be cool is if we did something like we mapped the U.S. food ohm, just like the genome. If we actually mapped 80% of the foods that Americans eat on a daily basis and measured the toxins in the foods, what does the average baby consume on a daily basis of mercury and lead and arsenic? What does the average person consume for BPAs and phthalates and microplastics? To me, that would be like an investigative act where we get a baseline. What is the toxic load of each person? And does that explain metabolic disease? Does it explain obesity? Is it explaining why there's so many mental health problems? Maybe.
Yeah, I think there's definitely questions to be asked. And the other thing, to bring Grant in, on the issue of what Brian said about people maybe not dying. You know, I was with Elon Musk last summer. He talked about the humanoid robots that are coming, the Optimus program. And I'm told that the kind of midway step is that you're going to end up with half human, half robot, a bit like the old $6 Million Man TV series, right? Where you get something wrong with you and you get a kind of mechanical upgrade. And slowly you're sort of becoming part human, part robot, but you could potentially just stay alive. Now, whether that's a good thing.
I mean, that's coming.
Yeah, I think it is coming. There's no question. We look at these robots now.
Forgot my namification, donate $2. Sup, dude, are you going to watch the new Jake Bro video? He was talking about Trump being a retard, basically, right?
Welcome. Hey friends, this is Chris.
Yeah, we might be able to watch that later. Thanks for the donation, forgot my namification.
And you look and you think about a human having stuff repaired in a robotic way, where they still have human dimensions but have a lot of robotic stuff in them. That makes perfect sense to me. Why wouldn't we end up like that in 30, 40 years?
I do think you should be half robot, Piers. I think that would be enough.
How do you know I'm not already, Francesca?
Honestly, we don't have the evidence that you're not.
Well, the rate that you interrupt people suggests you're not entirely human.
Me interrupt.
Yeah. Grant.
Yeah, look, I'm 67 years old. I'm interested in living longer, but I'm also interested in feeling good while I'm doing it. And I know why we appear to have an extended life. Most people are not happy in those last 10, 15, 20 years. I know people that are not happy in their 40s. I know guys half my age that can't do anything. They can't do, 20-year-olds that can't do push-ups, sit-ups. This is basic. Let's go back to our education system and teach good health. Let's teach the American families they're eating garbage like Brian talked about and the doctor did. We're eating fucking garbage, okay? It's garbage. And if you're not going to confront that it's garbage. The sugars we consume today are different than the sugars that I was brought up on. I don't know scientifically what's different, but there's something different about the sugar I consume today than when I was in 1960.
This is retarded.
And so anybody that doesn't want these conversations, the idea that we have 26 prescription meds per household in this country is insane. And they're also contributing. So I'm curious about the connection, particularly from the doctor, the connection between big pharma and big food that's keeping.
Well, that's a really good question. So Deborah, I mean, there's no doubt that there are a lot of people with vested interests in not sorting this problem out. People who make crap food and want to pummel it to hundreds of millions of Americans. The pharmaceutical companies. You know, I mean, when I read that painkiller stat, I went to my local Rite Aid, I think it was, in LA, and there was just row after row after row of painkillers, all different brand names. But when I looked at them all, they were all the same thing. Exactly the same. All had exactly the same, pretty much the same stuff in them. They were just being packaged and marketed and sold in a different way. This is an obscene thing going on, where America is gigantically over-medicated and pharmaceutical companies are making gazillions feeding that addiction. I mean, never mind the bad food. That is also a big problem.
Well, that's why I think we are in an inflection point. You know, a combination of what Brian talked about, of utilizing the data we have today. We do have healthy people in this country that we can really study. You know, we've got to study the positive deviants and the negative deviants. We got to study the people who are doing really well and understand what they're eating and how they're eating and how we get to that space. And we have to understand that we see every day the people who aren't doing well. And certainly obesity is part of it. But what we found in West Texas, we had more diabetes than we had obesity. So there also is a genetic predisposition. So it's
Richard is poo-poo, poo-poo. Richard is poo-poo, poo-poo. Get up and start working, Richard. My Delgado's girlfriend is a cray-cray girl. She's attractive but mentally deranged. What's your opinion? BTW. We all love you. Everyone in chat type we love Rick.
Yeah, Bianca Taylor is kind of crazy. She's also a pro-Palestine supporter and just a fucking idiot. Thanks for the donation, though, Richard Exposed. Jason Pussyfucker.
Yeah, this is the Lab Octopus guys.
Yeah, that's... Don't want to watch somebody abusing an animal. Thanks for the donation, though, man.
about, and I don't want everyone to feel guilty about obesity because so much of it is linked to the food that they had.
Yeah.
So I think without guilt, we really need to approach this in a comprehensive way.
I'll tell you how bad it is. I'll tell you how bad it is, right? I've got a house in LA. And when I buy bread in London, I'm not saying we're the gold standard at all. When I buy a loaf of bread in London, after about a week, it starts to mold and go off and you can't eat it. In LA, that loaf can be sitting there for 6 weeks, 2 months, and it doesn't change. That's not right. That means there's so much...
Oh my God. Yeah, dude, they add vitamin C, ascorbic acid to bread to prevent it from molding. Is vitamin C bad for you? Like, are you retarded? I can't with these fucking people.
There are so many preservatives in this thing. None of that is right. That's just a loaf of bread.
I agree with you guys. I super agree. And I think this is where we need to come together. Like, honestly, I agree with Grant and I agree with Brian. I agree with Piers and I agree with Deborah. I agree with all of you. But
by the way, there's no bread that will last for 2 months on a store shelf. He's just lying. But they add ascorbic acid to vitamin C to bread to prevent it from molding and getting stale. Most preservatives are just antioxidants. Vitamin C is the most common preservative.
But we're talking about big pharma and we're talking about big food, big agriculture, right? And the unspoken powers behind those are corporate power, corporate money. And the real question is this: will RFK Jr. in an Elon Musk presidency be able to actually regulate and break up big agriculture and big pharma? My guess is no. If you say yes, look, let's say our prayers, but I don't think in this administration, RFK, who, let's be real, initially wanted to serve in the Kamala Harris administration, was asking her for a job when she didn't give him any, play. He went over and asked Donald Trump, and Trump was like, okay, I'll reverse everything I've said about you. So if we're going to go after the corporations that are doing this to our food supply, I'm all for it. Sadly, what's happening instead is that right now, under Musk presidency, we are stripping away Americans' basic access to food in the form of Meals on Wheels that feed seniors, in the form of SNAP benefits that does include healthy meals. And the more money you give to SNAP benefits and Meals on Wheels, healthiest vegetables, green leafy vegetables, all the vegetables you need. But vegetables are more expensive than, yes, cheap carbs and McDonald's and all that. We know that. But if you actually fund those programs, which right now President Musk is defunding all of those programs, people aren't eating healthy. Another thing is Medicaid. Medicaid provides healthcare to poor and low-income Americans around this country. Millions, hundreds and millions of people in this country. 40% of all births are covered under Medicaid. At this point, the only way to birth a healthy child is to accept some of Elon Musk's semen that he keeps on hawking around. Shout out to Ashley St. Clair,
who was a guest on Uncensored only last week, extolling the virtues of Elon Musk. So there we are. That brings us full circle. Look, it's a fascinating debate. I will actually be really intrigued to see what...
Oh, that was very, very retarded. I am feeling very ill. Oh, God. Son of a bitch. Dude, it sucks not being able to sleep.
Welcome back, Defenders. Jake here. We have a lot of information to get through today, and we're going to start with the bad. The really bad. Here's the headline. Donald Trump says that President Zelensky is a dictator because he hasn't had elections. Here's the wall of text. I'm going to have to read it, but I'll make you this promise. If we can get through this tweet, then in today's video, I won't play any clips of Donald Trump speaking. That's the deal. So here it is. Think of it. A modestly successful comedian, Vladimir Zelensky, talked the United States into spending $350 billion to go into a war that couldn't be won, that never had to start, but a war that he, without the US and Trump, will never be able to settle. All of this is a lie. The United States has allocated under $200 billion, that's a lie, into a war that couldn't be won. Also a lie. I think there were plenty of opportunities to give Ukraine overwhelming force the last 3 years, and the Western coalition just was never willing to support Ukraine to the level they needed. That never had to start. That was up to Putin. Putin started this war. The United States has spent $200 billion more than Europe. That's a lie. And Europe's money is guaranteed. Also a lie. While the United States will get nothing back. Why didn't Sleepy Joe demand equalization? In that this war is far, far more important to Europe than it is to us. We have a big, beautiful ocean as separation. On top of this, Zelensky admits that half of the money we sent him is missing. That's a lie. He refuses to have elections. That's also a lie. He said he would be happy to have elections within 90 days as soon as there are security guarantees and the war stops. He refuses to have elections, is very low in Ukrainian polls, and the only thing he was good at was playing Biden like a fiddle. A dictator, without elections. Zelensky better move fast, or he is...
Like, if he's going to make this criticism about Zelensky, I don't know how the hell he can be friends with Putin. Jason, Pussy Liquor, donate $2, fresh poop, drink, it's vegan.
जब मैं गाने सुनता हूँ ना तब बहुत ज़्यादा ही मूड में आ जाता हूँ ये स्टाइल तो कुछ भी नहीं इसके पहले भी बहुत प्यारा स्टाइल था मेरा वाला क्या दो चाय के भाई साहब तो भाई भाई ले जाते हो
I don't know how people in India aren't all dead of some sort of infectious disease. Thanks for the donation, Jason Pussy Liquor.
Is not going to have a country left. In the meantime, we are successfully negotiating an end to the war with Russia, something I'll admit only Trump and the Trump administration can do. Biden never tried, Europe has failed to bring peace, and Zelensky probably wants to keep the gravy train going. I love Ukraine, but Zelensky has done a terrible job. His country is shattered and millions have unnecessarily died, and so it continues. Well, this is all psychotic and counter to America's real interests. And Donald Trump called Zelensky a dictator, basically on the one-year anniversary of Vladimir Putin killing Alexei Navalny. Vladimir Putin has been in complete power, complete control of Russia for 26 years, having killed, imprisoned, or exiled all of his political opponents. Boris Nemtsov was killed shortly after Russia invaded Crimea in 2014. Also, Mikhail Khodorkovsky. Putin imprisoned him between 2003 and 2013. And if Putin hadn't put him in jail, he probably would have been elected president of Russia. And what about Lukashenko, who just last month gave himself a re-election? He is now the longest-serving dictator in Europe, having stayed in power now for over 30 years. And Belarus is not neutral. The Russian military is occupying Belarus. They're launching drones and missiles from Belarusian territory. Would Donald Trump ever call Putin or Lukashenko a dictator? And he would never do that. So I'm going to link all the clips down below if you want proof or evidence or you want to listen to it for yourself. Trump claiming that the United States has given Ukraine $350 billion. No, they haven't. This is twice what the actual number is. Trump says Kyiv should have never started it, referring to Russia's invasion. I'll link the clip down below saying it's Ukraine's fault that Russia invaded it. Trump said that Ukraine should have given up territory to Russia to prevent the full-scale invasion, which is revisionist history, because back in 2021, Russia wasn't demanding territory. They were demanding the recognition of the independence of the DPR and LPR, fake countries where Russia was funding and arming separatists to rebel against the Ukrainian government. When in reality, Russia, of course, was pulling all the strings. Trying to give a history lesson to Trump is pointless. MAGA doesn't care. But Russia was never making territorial demands 3 years ago.
Demon Cunt donated $2. Let me see.
Tristan Tate is the most underrated man in the world. Andrew gets credit for his greatness. I don't think the world sees just how great Tristan is. He's very special, and I just think he's probably more special than the world even realizes.
Andrew's an emperor, Tristan's a prince. And I think he likes it that way.
The table's been turned. Tristan, his knowledge of the world, his life experience, and how he is as a gentleman is just as much of an emperor as...
Yeah, he's a sex trafficker.
Anybody you'll ever meet. And it just so happens that he's on the best team in the world. Sometimes when you have a Michael Jordan, you've got to be a Scottie Pippen. And Dennis Rodman, Tristan.
Well, that's very gay. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
They were claiming that these were supposed to be these new independent sovereign nations that wanted to break away from Ukraine. Donald Trump also claimed that Zelensky only has a 4% approval rating, which is insane. Zelensky's current approval rating is 54%. 50% higher than Trump's claim. And I'll share with you the polling data. Going back to the start of the invasion, Zelensky's approval rating was 90%. As this war has dragged on for 3 years and the Ukrainian people continue to suffer, yeah, Zelensky's polling numbers have gone down, but he's still holding the majority. And you know who doesn't have the majority of popular support in their own country? Donald Trump. Donald Trump's current approval rating here in the United States is 46%, lower than Zelensky's in Ukraine. So there's a couple different ways to interpret this. The knee-jerk reaction is Trump has betrayed Ukraine completely, siding with the Russians and Putin. But Trump actually is still just looking out for himself. If you remember 2 weeks ago when Trump put out that tough tweet on Russia, he was doing that to try and get concessions from Ukraine. This $500 billion mineral rights deal, or 50% of all future stuff pulled out of the ground. So Trump was trying to look tough on Russia to get a good deal from Ukraine. And now Trump is trying to look tough on Ukraine to get a good deal from Russia. But he's not trying to get a good deal from Russia for Ukraine. He's trying to get a good deal from Russia for himself. The Ukrainians offered Trump $500 billion. What the hell are the Russians offering Trump behind closed doors, off the books? I'm sure it'll get leaked to the press at some point, but yes, I think the Russians are offering something to Trump and his family directly. Side with us, help us destroy Ukraine, and we'll do property development together. We'll buy your crypto. We'll invest in Truth Social. The Russians have a lot of money still. And this is what Donald Trump is trying to do. Ideologically, he doesn't care about Russia or Zelensky. He's just trying to enrich himself, and he's using this war.
Dude, we have to kick all these Indians out of Canada or we're gonna start having Indian street food on every tri-block. Get these stink smelly motherfucker the fuck out. Wake the fuck up, you faggot.
I don't think that's gonna happen, but thanks for the donation, Jason.
Or as an opportunity to try and get concessions from both sides, or as much as he can from a single side. And what is President Zelensky's reaction? Trump lives in disinformation space. Zelensky rebukes U.S. president's latest claims. Zelensky
Fuck you, faggot. Donated $2. Let me see.
जीरो है ये 90 वाला 120 हो जाएगा, जीरो वाला 30 60 हो जाएगा। लिक्विड है। अरे जहाज में हेलीकॉप्टर सुना आपको? अंदर कम खड़े होने चाबी दो इनको पकड़ो 90 60 मैं सब अगर ये आपको मसाला हल्का
Yeah, Indian street food's gross. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Dismissed Trump's claim about his low approval rating, calling it Russian disinformation, and warns that the U.S. is helping Putin break out of isolation. At the moment, the United States still has sanctions in place on Russia, and the United States is still making weapons deliveries to Ukraine. As long as those two things are happening, then Zelensky has to hold his tongue. I do think Zelensky is handling this well, better than the average person reacting on the internet. But Donald Trump is going to do this. Now that the United States is directly talking to Russia, he's going to attack Ukraine to see what he can get from the Russians. And I think Zelensky knows this, but he has to defend himself somehow. He has to push back just a little bit. But for political leaders here in the United States, everyone should be outraged. Here's the statement from former Vice President Mike Pence. Mr. President, Ukraine did not start this war. Russia launched an unprovoked and brutal invasion claiming hundreds of thousands of lives. The road to peace must be built on truth. Here's Bernie Sanders. Trump and his American oligarchs are now openly aligning themselves with Putin and his Russian oligarchs. This Putin-Trump alliance means abandoning our allies, supporting authoritarianism, and undermining our democratic traditions. Where the hell is the opposition here in the United States? And I'll show you the clips. Here is Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer giving his reaction on the floor of the Senate.
It's just awful to see an American president. It's disgusting to see an American president turn against one of our friends and openly side with a thug like Vladimir Putin. It's shameful to hear the president repeat Putin's propaganda while laying the groundwork for negotiations that favor Russia at Ukraine's expense. The people of Ukraine did not start this war. Vladimir Putin did. Ukrainians have fought and died on the battlefield to defend their home. The suffering and destruction.
Yeah, it sounds good, but this isn't how you make political arguments in the 21st century, in the age of social media. My advice to all Democrats, Democratic voters, primary these people. Get rid of all of them. They are clueless how to fight back against what Donald Trump has been doing for the last 10 years and what Elon Musk has supercharged it with in the age of social media. And here's the Democratic minority leader in the House who thinks he just nailed it, coming up with a new catchphrase for Donald Trump.
Captain Chaos and extreme MAGA Republicans spent last year promising to lower the high cost of living and running away from Project 2025 as if it didn't exist.
So Hakeem Jeffries is referring to Donald Trump now as Captain Chaos. That's really going to save our democracy, guys. My advice to Democratic voters, primary all of these people. Destroy the current Democratic Party and rebuild it from the ground up into something that can actually resist authoritarianism here in the United States. This is a joke. Here are thoughts from Timothy Schneider. Trump likes being number two. He likes doing the PR work, being in front of the camera, getting the adulation, but serving the boss. Elon Musk will dominate him at home, and Putin will dominate him abroad indefinitely. He will deliver their lines, as he has just done for Putin in shocking fashion, and does for Elon Musk every single day. There is no tension for him in that. That is who he is. Do I think that Donald Trump is Hitler? And no, I don't. I don't think Donald Trump goes to bed at night or wakes up in the morning with any kind of ideology that guides him beyond, I want attention. I want people kissing my ass and sucking up to me. He just has this inferiority complex where he needs constant reaffirming adulation every second of every day. That's the only thing he wants. He wants to golf, do interviews, make money, and give speeches to large crowds. Beyond that, he's fine outsourcing policy and ideology to people like Elon Musk or Vladimir Putin. He's comfortable being the number two guy, as long as he gets to take credit when things go well, and he gets to blame the other person when things go badly. That's it. That's all he wants. It's so stupid, guys. Donald Trump is now wearing a pin of himself on his jacket.
Because people have gotten away with
What in the fuck?
amounts of money. But I said we have to make our government smaller, more efficient, more effective. And
He's wearing a lapel pin, the Supreme Commander, the God King. What is the damage of what Donald Trump is saying, even if he's not doing anything, just by saying this stuff? 70% of Russians now believe the so-called military operation is successful.
Literally everyone in 2 streams, you either say I feel very ill, or I feel very tired. What's going on? Stop making excuses. You don't have to stream if you don't want to. Or, if there's really something, do something about it by going to a doctor or something.
Yeah, I do not have much faith that a doctor would really be able to help me. My appetite has gone to absolute shit. I struggle to finish like one single apple. And I can't sleep. That's the two issues right now. I can barely eat anything, and I can't sleep. I don't know what that's from. The sleep, like, it could be interrelated, where the appetite reduction is making it hard to sleep because I'm, like, not eating enough or something. Or the lack of sleep is making me, like, have a reduction in appetite. Or, could just be related to winter and not being able to go outside enough. I have no idea. But, yeah, that's the issue I've been having lately. Thanks for the donation, FCon. I do have gum here, though.
Successful, up from 57% 2 years ago. Among those who rely on state propaganda, this number jumps to 84%. So Donald Trump is giving aid and comfort to the enemy, while demoralizing our allies, while demoralizing the people of Ukraine, while terrorizing the mental health of people like you and me, just trying to stay informed, just trying to understand.
Demon Cunt donated $2, let me see. This is AI. Alright, thanks for the donation, dude.
What's going on in the world, his constant barrage of lies, his playing footsie with dictators. It's bad, guys. It's going to get worse, but then if everyone does their parts, I think we can make everything better. In the short term, though, Putin thinks he's winning and seeks total control over Ukraine. This is according to Western intelligence. Multiple Western intelligence agencies report Putin has no genuine interest in peace talks and believes Russia can ultimately control all of Ukraine's territory, viewing any ceasefire as merely an opportunity to reconstitute their forces. Putin also wants NATO troops removed from the whole of the former Soviet Empire. European officials believe Trump is likely to agree to withdraw US troops from the Baltics and perhaps further west. Here's the map, and it's the same map from 1950. The Russians controlled half of the European continent, the fates of tens, if not hundreds of millions of people. And the Russians directly want back the Baltics, Belarus, they're going to formally annex, Moldova, Ukraine. And if they have to, they'll use force. But they would rather just have puppet governments, pro-fascist, pro-Russian, right-wing extremist, authoritarian leaders like Viktor Orban in Hungary, Fico in Slovakia, whoever this guy who might become president of Romania. We're having elections in Germany, and they'll take the Czech Republic and Bulgaria as well. But it's not going to stop. This might be their agenda for the next 10 or 20 years, but this is where we're going, guys. This is George Orwell's 1984, the three superpowers that balance each other out and are perpetually at war: Oceania, Eurasia, and East Asia. The Russians, even if it takes the rest of the century, will not stop until they have a puppets pro-Russian government in France, a puppets pro-Russian government in the UK, a puppet pro-Russian government in the Baltics and the Nordic countries. And then they get to control, either directly or indirectly.
How long have I been having this problem? Like 2 weeks? Hey, Gum. Gum doesn't have any trouble sleeping or eating. He eats and sleeps constantly. Isn't that right, Gum? Yeah, it's my kitty. Such a good boy. Oh my goodness. Love my Gum.
The people and the resources of these territories. It's about empire. Vladimir Putin and Xi of China, and now Donald Trump of the United States, is trying to bring us back to the age of empires, to destroy the existing international rules-based order. And I know this is the world we've been living in for the last 80 years, and we take it for granted. But objectively, it's weird. Just think about it. How many countries are there in the world? 195? Why are there so many small, tiny countries? Why do we care about the independence and sovereignty and ethnic and cultural identity of all these peoples? When you're one of the big dogs, when you have the military and the nukes and the power to just steamroll these people, Get rid of them. This is what the Russian Federation is. It's a prison of peoples. Also referred to as a prison of nations, this was a phrase first used by Vladimir Lenin to describe his own country, the Russian Empire in 1914. And slowly over the last century, the culture and languages and identity of all these people of the Eurasian steppes has been eradicated and replaced with Russian, the Russian language and Russian culture, which isn't that good. And this is what's going to happen if Donald Trump can strike a deal with Xi and Putin over the next century. Kellogg arrives in Ukraine after Trump criticizes Zelensky and praises his deal-making. And General Keith Kellogg, he's fake. He's not real. I'll link this clip down below from Russia Media Monitor, but they say as much, and the Russians also noticed this goofy Trump lapel pin. The Russians are laughing at us. They're laughing at Americans. They're laughing at Europeans. Nice grand bargain as Trump pushes for rushed Ukraine peace deal. I do think it is important. I'll share this clip if you want to see what does it look like in the negotiating room in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. There. And this is shameful for me as an American, seeing people in the executive branch smiling and laughing with the Russians, acting like they're friends, when Russia is not our friend. And there is something striking about
Yeah, it could have been related to the diet that I was on.
this U.S. delegation. More thoughts from Timothy Schneider. The American team has almost no experience in high-level international negotiation, no regional expertise on Ukraine and Russia, and no relevant foreign language knowledge. Not true of the Russians, to put it mildly. Looks like a bloodbath by design. So these three U.S. delegates, Waltz, Rubio, and an expert liar, he doesn't care about here, and now you will have war. If Ukraine falls to Russia, we are entering a new age of empires, in which there will be continuous warfare on almost every continent, from now until forever. How am I wrong? Children. This is what Elon Musk tweets all day, every day. We have to protect the white people. Elon Musk is a Nazi. This wasn't an accident. I know there are lots of people who think he's a genius, and he's great, and they drive Teslas, and they love their cars, and they think SpaceX is incredible, and we're going to make it to Mars. But this is a fascist takeover of the American government. Donald Trump just issued an executive order saying that only the president and the attorney general can interpret federal law, or any law, or the Constitution here in the United States. This is an important clip. We need to play it.
Lastly, we have another executive order that President Trump signed relating to independent agencies. This executive order would establish important oversight functions in the Office of Management and Budget and its subsidiary office, OIRA, supervising independent agencies and many of their actions, and also reestablishes the longstanding norm that only the president or the attorney general can speak for the United States when stating an opinion as to what the law is.
Only the president and the president's attorney general can interpret what the law is. Why do we have a judicial branch then? If the president can issue an executive order to annul parts of the Constitution, why do we have Congress? And if the president can interpret all laws that he writes with executive orders, why do we have a judiciary? This is a fascist takeover of the American government. Please resist. And what is their argument? What is Elon Musk's argument for this supreme executive power that is necessary to save America? And here is his argument.
And so, but how can you, if the will of the president is not implemented, and the president is representative of the people, that means the will of the people is not being implemented. And that means we don't live in a democracy, we live in a bureaucracy. And so I think what we're...
Demon, cunt, carnivore, and
Here's what would happen to your body when you start eating 36 eggs a day. And I know because I ate 36 eggs a day for 7 days, which...
You'll get an increase in cholesterol and you'll probably have diarrhea.
Is 250 eggs in a week. Everyone said I was gonna die from a heart attack, but here's what actually happened. I tested my cholesterol before and after, and it barely moved. Also, I got...
Yeah, so your cholesterol was very high already, so his cholesterol intake was already basically insanely high. So yeah, if you eat more cholesterol, it's not gonna make a big change to your cholesterol score.
Stronger, leaner, and had more energy throughout the day. And what's disturbing is people will demonize eggs.
That's a really cool story, dude.
But eat processed foods every day without a second thought because they're misinformed dumbasses and lack common sense. Eggs are one of the healthiest and most nutritious foods in the world.
They're not. I made a video about that guy. He's a fucking idiot. He also refused to debate me, again, because he's a lying, retarded coward. All of these fitness influencers are lying, retarded cowards. Thanks for the donation, though, dude.
If the will of the president is not implemented, and the president is the representative of the people, then we're not a democracy. Okay, so, U.S. civics. The United States is a pluralist federalist society in which the states elect delegates to choose the president. So we don't have a direct representative democracy to elect our presidents. We elect delegates from the states who then select the presidents. So the president is not a direct representative of the people. And we proved this in 2016 when Donald Trump lost the popular vote, but still got to be president because of the Electoral College. We do have representatives here in America that represent the will of the people, and it's called the U.S. House of Representatives. If the president is not just the chief executive in charge of executing the laws of the country, but instead is also the purest representative of the people who can write laws and interpret laws, then why do we have a House of Representatives? Why do we have a legislative branch? If you're watching this video, you're already on my side. I'm preaching to the choir here, but we need people to rally. Seriously, we need to resist. I want to share this tweet from the president of Latvia. Never stop panicking. That is kind of going to be our motto going forward the next 4 years. I'm confident these people are going to be defeated. They're all idiots, but everyone's going to have to. We'll start resisting all Western democracies right now. Ukrainian army confirms successful attacks on 2 Russian pumping refineries located. Here is a pipeline. Videos show drones destroying Russia's 130 million missile system in Donetsk.
All right.
Chris.
And Yeji.
Welcome back. So we got Yeji here to talk about advertising on where?
X.
X or Twitter. So that's Elon Musk company. If you guys don't know, he lost a lot of advertisers. Do you remember why?
Actually, I don't remember. Why did they lose?
He told advertisers to go F themselves.
Oh, yeah, I don't need your advertisement.
Yeah.
It's your money.
Yeah.
But now he's please.
Yeah, please come back.
Please come back. If you don't come back, I'll sue you.
Yeah. And he keeps adding companies to the list that he's going to sue for not advertising on X. Now, the reason why we're talking about start with advertising because you have to understand social media, they make their money by
advertising.
Right. And so basically what they do is they sell your data, sell kind of your time on the platform. And then the reason why, well, that's the first reason was they said, F you, go away. But why would advertisers not want to advertise on X?
So I don't know now. For me, I don't use X at all.
Okay.
But it seems like there's all the maybe good company left because there's a lot of like Russian bots.
Yeah.
And like communist stuff.
Yeah.
And a lot of like gangster, like the people kind of they they hate a lot too much of hate.
Yeah.
Probably.
Yeah. X is a big hate platform.
Yeah.
so we say troll too.
Yeah, troll.
So like people just call each other names and fight. It's like not really enjoyable. I mean, for some people maybe that's enjoyable, but it's not a positive platform.
So yeah, you don't. If I want to advertise my product, I want to put with like happy people, the happy post with it, not the not the troll post next to your advertisement.
And then you have like kind of Nazi stuff, right-wing stuff, Trumpy stuff, and then there's even we'll call it adult stuff. So like let's say stuff when people don't wear clothes. You don't want.
I don't want my product with a nude color.
No. So a lot about half the advertisers that we know have left. We don't know the exact amount. That's always been under debate. And actually, Lisa Yachterina is her name. She's the CEO over Twitter. There was interesting. Wall Street Journal just reported today that she's begging advertisers to come back. They have like a big conference call kind of thing. And one of the things that they're trying to do is they're trying to get advertisers to sign for a long-term contract.
Oh, how long?
Like 1 year, 2 year kind of stuff.
That's too long.
Yeah. Well, they want to lock in your money, right?
Yeah, when you do advertising, like for short term, you can do in a few weeks, right? Or only one time.
Right.
But 1 year, that's too long.
So what they did before was like, you know how companies work. They'll say, oh, if you get a year contract, we'll give you a discount on the rates, so like that. But like, yeah, right. The companies are like, I don't really want to lock in a year with Elon Musk. Who knows if the platform's going to be around? So
yeah, actually, maybe he go to jail, whatever. Companies losing all the money, they're going to go bankrupt.
Right. So you have that. You have Lisa Yachterina begging advertisers to come back. That was in Wall Street.
Jason Pussy Fucker donated $2. Let me see. That's gross. Thanks for the donation, dude. Demon Hates Jews donated $2.
I mean, I've tried a bunch of different diets, but for me, there's a lot of benefits to this carnivore diet.
So the carnivore diet's kind of a trip. Some people here and there will find the diet does 2 things for them. 1 is it radically improves all of their blood work markers of health and longevity. 2 is that they really like it. And for those folks, carnivore, or at least a modification of carnivore, where you get some extra fiber and some vitamins, minerals, and maybe some mixed greens, can really be a pretty long-term, pretty sustainable diet that's super healthy and works well. The vast majority of people will start the carnivore diet.
No, carnivore diet is not super healthy. Mike's a retard.
And get so goddamn sick of eating only meat, they'll just fall off the wagon. It's an insanely restrictive diet. I don't have to tell you that. It's one of the most possible restrictive diets because it only lets you eat one food group. Meat, that's it, motherfucker. What you eating for meal 2 today? Oh, it's meat again, isn't it? What about meal 3? Meat it is. Most people just can't sustain the diet. And for huge fractions of people, eating a relatively balanced diet of lean meats, which is dope, veggies, fruits, whole grains, and healthy fats is probably the best way to health, both in their blood work and in how they like it and can sustain it and enjoy.
Yeah, Mike Israel's a fucking moron. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Listening to these guys reminds me of this clip for some reason. Am I racist? Lol.
You want to hear my impersonation of American? Yeah. Okay.
Hey, I really want that. That looks good.
Hey, let me try.
I'll use my credit card. Do you have any non-dairy creamer?
Y'all come back now, here?
Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Journal. And then Bloomberg reported that they're now raising money for the platform, and they're giving a really high valuation, 44 billion. So
they're all friends. You say Nunchi, they're just, they're just thinking, oh, they're just friends with Trump.
Yeah. That's what they're thinking.
It's not about the company.
That's the idea. So one, you could say this is a way to launder money. If you want to bring in money to Trump or whatever, or Elon, and foreign money can come in any number of ways. You could either just, buy ownership of X theoretically by investing in it, or just advertise on the platform. And they're not going to tell you. But I will say, we have a list actually. This is from Business Insider of the top 10 advertisers that they've figured out on Twitter X. So let me just ask you, the audience, who do you think is the #1 advertiser on Twitter/X? I'll give you a hint. Okay, it is a Chinese company. So which Chinese company do you think is the #1 advertiser on Twitter? So Yeji's got the answer right there.
Yeah.
Tell him the answer.
Temu,
so the shopping app, okay?
Yeah, but the funny thing is, they're going to do the tariff on the Chinese stuff, the China is the #1 advertiser. That's kind of, it's not matched.
Right, so this was in top 10 in January, so just last month, done by Sensor Tower. The #2 American company advertising as of now in January on X. Do you know this one?
Yeah, Trading.
Yeah, Robinhood is a trading app, okay? After that, this is kind of funny, because I don't know if anyone would have guessed Robinhood. Then we have Solar Heavy. So I don't use Twitter. I don't really know what that is. If you guys know Solar Heavy. #4 is the NFL, football.
It was January, probably.
Oh, that's right.
It's more like seasonal.
Yeah,
seasonal advertising.
I'm not that smart. Yeah, because maybe then January. It's funny because if NFL's doing it, I'm surprised that UFC is not on the list, because the UFC CEO Dana White, he's been hanging out with those people, with Musk, Trump, and
they'll be back on the list, I guess then.
Maybe UFC. Yeah, these are kind of #5. So NFL #5 is DraftKings. Do you know what that one is?
The gambling.
Yeah, sports gambling.
Yeah, sports gambling.
So basically you have like Robinhood, which you could argue gambling, because a lot of crypto stuff. DraftKings, NFL. These are kind of their fans. Temu. #6 is also a Chinese company. What's this one?
Shein.
Do you guys use this one in Korea?
Yeah, we do have not many people, but just basically Shein is Temu's clothing version.
Yeah, okay,
Jason Pussy Fucker donated to
Wagyu, moldy cheese, testicle, and some cucumber.
That's gross.
Yeah, because people always say these are cheap clothes. Is that right?
Yes, they're really cheap.
that's what I don't know, but
so we do have,
okay.
It's really cheap clothes. So people a bunch of stuff.
Is it like $1, $2 kind of thing, or is it more like $5, $10?
Yeah, more than that. So people compare with, look at their this is actual.
I see. Yeah. That'd be fun to see, what is a $5 outfit or actually $20 outfit look like. #7 is Restaurant Brands International, so food, probably fast food kind of stuff. Amazon's #8, Dell Computers #9, and then Red Deer Games is #10, and I think that's some sort of mobile gaming, or probably something like that.
I see.
So that's the top 10. Because it was recently announced that Amazon's coming back to Twitter X, and then Apple announced that they're going to as well, and then Verizon, the phone company, announced they're coming back. So it is true some advertisers are coming back, but are they willing to do a year contract, 2-year contract? Who knows? There's a complicated issue also with this, was reported in the Wall Street Journal is, okay, so there's kind of these advertising, you can say conglomerate. It's kind of like agency that work with clients, and then they'll organize, making ads and stuff like that. And then these kind of agencies will also negotiate rates for the industry kind of thing. So two of the big ones, I think it's like Interpol or something like that, and Omnicron, I think they want to merge, right? And so Musk is actually trying to block this with people which is very interesting, because Musk is he's fine with monopolies in his company.
Yeah, but not.
Yeah, not with other. Yeah, so he's kind of suing these sort of types of agencies because he doesn't want them all sort of collaborating together, essentially.
Yeah, he just like to sue, just looking for something to sue.
Yeah, well, and then now on the sort of agency side, they say no, we don't really collaborate. That each client can choose, do we want to advertise on X or not? So so from Musk's point of view, they says, well, no, you're advising your clients that our platform's a bunch of Nazi stuff.
Oh, it does.
Right. No. So I think he's got a pretty weak argument, because
I want to spend my money. I want to, I have right to choose, right?
Yeah, I know.
My money.
Well, he's eventually going to sue us because we're not buying Teslas, I'm sure. That's what everyone keeps joking about. Who knows?
Tesla, why you don't want to move to Mars?
Yeah, right. He's going to sue you. So that's the question then, is why are they raising money? Now, you read a couple Korean versions of it. How were they portraying it?
Training is kind of positively,
right?
Because when they raise the money, it will be the same value that when he first bought.
Right,
but and they think the Korean article portray they can raise the money because they have they want to try the new technology, the AI technology.
Right.
But it doesn't make sense.
So there's a lot of things that are kind of a question about this. So he recently released a new chatbot thing. They call it Grok. It's version 3. He claims it's the best one there.
Of course, he's
Yeah, you can say that. Yeah, I haven't used it. Full disclosure, I haven't used it because I don't give Elon Musk money, so I think you have to subscribe to use it. So it seems strange to me that suddenly they can make a big jump to be ahead of all the other ones. So that I question that. But if you guys have a different opinion, if you use it, you can let me know. And then the other issue as well is like, will these things or any of these things? Because even ChatGPT/OpenAI doesn't make money yet. It's expensive to run these things because it takes a lot of server power, these kind of stuff. Right?
To just make them keep learning for a long time and have to they have to keep develop their program.
And we still have licensing issues.
Sure.
So for example, if I want the latest news on my app or whatever, then can I freely use New York Times? Can I freely get stock quotes? Can I get any live scores of sports or whatever?
Like Oxford Dictionary or something like that.
Yeah, all that kind of stuff. So there's been a lot of issues with that. Or like, what about if I use this whole libraries of books, like the train, whatever. So there's a lot of questions. And then the Chinese one, did we talk about the Chinese one called Deep Sea?
Yeah.
Yeah, that came in like way cheaper than the American ones, and you don't need the expensive chips. And
our Korean government blocked to use that.
Oh, really? That must have been new.
Yeah, because they're afraid to take our information.
Yeah, and
Jason, fucker, 92.
If you want to kill the most things, become a vegan. If you think that all life is sacred, well, what about the lives of the ground nesting birds, fawns?
Yeah.
What about the lives of rodents, insects? All those things are getting demolished.
The average organic avocado farm in Central California is going to kill, on average, around 19,000 ground squirrels a year. There is not a vegan.
That's a cool story. If they really cared about any of this, they'd be promoting veganism because animal agriculture uses more land and kills more animals.
Vegan fish. There's not a vegetarian fish. Every single fish.
Thanks for the donation, Jason fucker.
And
a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, that's a big issue. So already Elon Musk is trying to get our information. He's breaking into the IRS, the Social Security.
I'm gonna go get a drink and take a piss, and I'll be right back. Hey, Gum, I gotta get up. I'm sorry, sweetie. I'll be right back.
The CIA had something to do with Kennedy's death. You're the only person in America who doesn't want to believe it.
declassify files on the assassinations of JFK, RFK, and MLK is another step closer to reality. Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna has been appointed to run a declassification task force, which also wants to
Pretty sure I lost weight in the last 2 weeks.
see the files on Jeffrey Epstein's client list, 9/11, the origins of COVID-19, and UFOs. Critics say it's catnip for conspiracy theorists. The administration says it's simply about the public's right to know. Luna says the very first investigation will be into the assassination of President John F. Kennedy in 1963. And she opened with a bombshell claim that the original congressional hearing was faulty and that 2 shooters were present at the president's death.
Our first investigation will be announced, but it's
What drink did I get? I got low-calorie pink lemonade.
going to be covering on a thorough investigation into the John F. Kennedy assassination. And I can tell you, based on what I've been seeing so far, the initial hearing that was actually held here in Congress was actually faulty in the single bullet theory. I believe that there were 2 shooters, and we should be finding more information as we are able to gain access into the SCIF, hopefully before the files are actually released to the public.
Wow. Well, speculation has linked the CIA to JFK's murder for decades. Former mafia boss Michael Franzese told us 2 weeks ago it could well have been a mob hit with CIA complicity. The official line remains that Lee Harvey Oswald killed JFK and that he acted alone. Well, tonight we'll hear from Lee Harvey Oswald's apparent lover. 4 experts will also give us their insight into why mystery still shrouds one of the most consequential moments in American history, and whether the remaining questions will now be answered. Joining me to debate all this is Luis Ferrante, the former mafia associate and now best-selling author, Andrew Bustamante, a former covert CIA intelligence officer, the filmmaker Johnny Harris, whose investigation why people think the government killed JFK has been viewed more than 10 million times, and joining me a little later will be Judith Berry Baker, who has long maintained that she was Lee Harvey Oswald's lover at the time that he committed the crime. Okay, let's get into this. Luis Ferrante, Michael Franzese was kind of, look, the mob were involved, CIA were probably involved. Where do you sit with this?
I did over 10 years of research, 12 to 18 hours a day, and they definitely were involved, but there's also an element.
My God. Let me see.
What do you got, Jamie? It's very controversial research, very repeated number of 84% of vegans and vegetarians.
Not interesting. Thanks for the donation, dude.
That has always been overlooked, that I wrote about in my latest book, which is the Secret Service. And there's a number of things that happened when John F. Kennedy landed in Love Field. From the moment he landed in Love Field to the moment he was killed in Dealey Plaza, there's a series of events that took place that point directly to the Secret Service. And everyone has always overlooked the Secret Service. During the Warren Commission, they talked about protection of the president. During the House Assassinations Committee, they questioned if the protection of the president was adequate. What did they do? Everything they needed to do, the Secret Service. But they left out some crucial pieces of the puzzle. When the advance man for the Secret Service, the man on the ground, first of all, in Dallas was Forrest Searles. And the advance man for the Secret Service coming from Washington was Winston Lawson. When Winston Lawson got there was a few orders that he gave. One was the bubble top would be removed off John F. Kennedy's limousine, which was, okay, the sun is out now, it was raining, it's a sunny day, let's remove the bubble top, fine. Then there were agents that were supposed to be rear riding steps of the limousine. Normally you see 2 agents on the back, left, just by the left and right taillights. They were told to not ride the rear steps. Those are tall agents that would obstruct a shot from behind the limousine. This was odd to them. One of the agents called Washington and said, is this real? Are we really being told not to ride the rear riding steps? And the gentleman who was in charge back in Washington was a man by the name of Gerald Bain, extremely overlooked for 60 years. Gerald Bain, for the first time since John F. Kennedy became president, was on vacation, supposedly. He took a vacation, a mysterious vacation. He was always riding in the front right passenger seat in front of Kennedy during every motorcade. He was glued to Kennedy. This was supposed to be one of Kennedy's most dangerous trips to Dallas because there were a lot of people who were contentious with Kennedy in Dallas. And all of a sudden, Gerald Bain says, well, I'm going to be taking a vacation and I'm not going to be on that trip, which surprised everyone. Then all of a sudden, when they're getting these mysterious last-minute changes to the motorcade, and there are more of them, which I'll outline really quick, they call, and Bain is back in the office, in his office in the East Wing. And he said,
Forgot my namification, only $2. Black people live very strange lives. All right, thanks for the donation. Forgot my namification.
well,
Go fuck yourself, I'm literally paying your rent. You better watch every fucking goddamn video I sent you. You fucking pussy. Go cry about your health issues, you cunt cocksucking fuck.
Yeah, so, I've seen all the stupid anti-vegan shit Joe Rogan has posted for years now, and I know all the dumb arguments. You know, the 84% study, it's not interesting, dude. I'm not gonna waste my time watching some of this shit.
What do you got, Jamie? It's very controversial research. End up going back.
And lobsters, they're...
Yeah, that's great. So, he's talking about the Faunalytics survey. It had nothing to do with veganism.
fucking heartless, soulless little monsters that live at the bottom of the ocean.
That's great. Lobsters. Yeah, veganism debunked. Thanks for the donation, dude.
at the last minute, I decided to come back to work. And I'm going to be calling the shots here from the East Wing. Very, very odd. So they're stunned. The agents on the ground, who are patriotic agents, they want to protect the president's life, but they're stunned with these last-minute changes. There were supposed to be 8 motorcycle cops around the president's vehicle. 4 of them got bumped to the back of the line. Mysteriously, they didn't understand it by the Secret Service. That was the press vehicle, which was supposed to be a couple of cars behind Kennedy's limousine, was bumped to the back of the line. The press didn't understand it. We know how to snap photos. Why it was being bumped to the back of the line? So all of these changes that are occurring, everybody's stunned. They're all Secret Service changes. There was a last-minute change to the motorcade route. Originally, Kennedy was supposed to get right onto the Stemmons Freeway, and instead they made him make a right turn onto Houston Street, then a sharp left onto Elm Street, placing him in a canyon of buildings, amidst the canyon of buildings, and with the grassy knoll in front of him to his front right, and you have the book depository and the Dow Tex building behind him with a clear shot at him from the rear. Why is Kennedy being placed in this, basically what we know now to be a kill zone? This is also made by the Secret Service. So after all of these changes were made, the advanced man, Winston Lawson, later said, I'm the first guy in the Secret Service who cost the president his life. Well, he wasn't punished for it. He got a nice cushy job with the Department of Defense. In 2017, when Mike Pompeo talked President Donald Trump out of releasing the documents, he said people were still alive. Winston Lawson didn't die till December of 2019. He may be somebody. I'm not sure. Gerald Bain, Winston Lawson too, may have been innocent because he's taking orders from Gerald Bain. What happened to Gerald Bain after all of these mysterious changes that cost the president his life? Gerald Bain goes on to become the head of Lyndon Baines Johnson's security detail.
Okay, so let me just jump in. Right, let me just jump in just to say this: that I mean, what you're saying is fascinating. I'll get the others to comment on this. I've no idea if anything you've just said means anything or not, but it's certainly very interesting. And you've clearly done a lot of research into this. I do know because I interviewed Clint Hill, who was the Secret Service agent who was Jackie Kennedy's bodyguard. He was the one who jumped on the back of the limousine after the first shots rang out, and he's always regretted the fact that he slipped. And had he been able to get up quicker, he thinks he would have taken the 3rd bullet and possibly have saved Kennedy's life. So I know from having interviewed him several times and heard his story what his account is. What was interesting to me was there were only 34 people in the Secret Service presidential detail at the time, in totality. For Trump now, there's 10 times as many who are specific to the president. So it changed everything about how presidents get protected. The IRS is the biggest collection agency in the world, and with April the 15th now fast approaching, it's more aggressive than ever. Enforcement is ramped up in 2025, and if you owe back taxes or have unfiled returns, waiting is not an option. The long peers. You clearly believe that there's something suspicious about all this Secret Service activity, but do you believe that Lee Harvey Oswald was the only shooter?
No, absolutely not. And this isn't news. The Warren Commission investigated. One of the Warren Commission's mandates was to investigate who the shooter was and if it was one shooter. But they had also a dual mandate. The other one was to create public tranquility and put rumors to dispel rumors and put them to rest, domestic and international rumors. So the Warren Commission was kind of always challenged, and they had a major problem because when they finally viewed the Zapruder film, and they saw it long before the rest of us saw it, before Jim Garrison showed it to a jury and before the American public saw it much later on, it was scooped up by Henry Luce of Time Life from Abraham Zapruder and kept in a bin, not to show the public he didn't buy it. He bought it to bury it. But the Warren Commission did see it, so they knew they had a problem because Kennedy is shot, and Governor Connolly, who's sitting in front of him, is shot less than 2 seconds apart from Kennedy. And that would mean you cannot do a bolt-action rifle. They took tests. You need at least 2.3 seconds to load another bullet into the bolt-action rifle. That's all the way in the book depository, let's say, for example, if it's true. Let's pretend for a moment. So you have 2.3 seconds that you need to load another bullet into it, and Connolly is hit less than 2 seconds after Kennedy is hit. So they run, all inspector who's part of the Warren Commission says, well, then he comes up with this thing called the...
No. None of that is true. You can reload a bolt-action rifle very quickly.
Single bullet theory, which we know today as the magic bullet theory, that the bullet that entered Kennedy came out of Kennedy, re-entered Connolly, broke a couple of ribs, hit his wrist, punctured a lung, and then popped out, hit the seat, fell on the floor. This magic bullet that defied the laws of physics is supposed to be the one bullet, and they needed to come up with this theory to disprove that 2 shots were fired almost simultaneously, and there's no way someone in a bird's nest in the book depository could have fired those 2 shots that quick. So they knew there were 2 shooters. And a lot of people on the Warren Commission were in dissent, and they told Chief Justice...
No evidence there's 2 shooters. And the initial assumption of how quickly Lee Harvey Oswald fired the shots is just wrong. It was based on eyewitness testimony and some from the video footage, but basically what people were hearing was they were hearing the crack of the bullet breaking the sound barrier, and then later they were hearing the actual report from the gun actually being fired, so they mistook it from... They thought 2 shots fired simultaneously when what they heard was the actual crack of the bullet and then the report from the actual muzzle.
Justice Earl Warren, look, we're not happy with this. We don't believe it. Connolly was called before the Warren Commission, and he said, you can't run enough tests to make me believe it. I know the president was hit before me. I know I was hit by a separate...
I've given you like $200 over the past 2 to 3 days. Can you rematch inspiring philosophy or do more debates? You just sit and watch news on YouTube all day. Also, what do you think about Palestine Hamas? Also, tips to stop eating meat.
Well, I've been getting more debates lately. I still have to upload the Wilson debate and the 2 Problem of Evil debates, but I've been getting more lately. I can try debating inspiring philosophy. He is Catholic now or some retarded shit. Palestine is retarded, everybody who lives there is retarded, and I'm fully in support of the idea of just moving everybody out of Gaza. They're all retarded assholes, so ship them to Iran or Jordan or something. They shouldn't be living next to Israel. They're all just insane whack jobs. And tips to stop eating meat. Stop eating meat. It's that simple. So all you have to do is not eat meat. I've been doing it for about 14 years now, so it's pretty easy. Thanks for the donation, Demon Clat.
Separate round. Governor Connolly's wife said the same thing. This was all presented to the Warren Commission. When the dissenters told Warren we're in dissent, he said, I refuse to accept your notice of dissent. We need to be in unison. I need to say it was one shooter. We need to have this, all of us together. So they knew from the beginning that it was more than one shooter.
Okay.
Actually, I think this April it's going to be 15 years now that I've been vegan. Yeah, it's almost 15 years now.
Fascinating. Let me bring in Johnny Harris. Johnny, what do you make, first of all, of what Lewis has just been saying?
I mean, it's totally valid. There was so much confirmation bias happening from the very beginning. Just hours after this event, the director of the FBI, J. Edgar Hoover, had made a conclusion about what happened. And he had a conversation with LBJ that we now know about because of stuff that was released in 2017, where he says very definitively, it was 3 shots, it was 1 guy, we've got him. This is hours after this chaotic event happens. And he has decided what has happened. And from there, you just start to see that the people he puts around him, the investigations that he doesn't want to happen, and the investigation that does happen really confirms that original idea that it has to be 3 shots because they found 3 shells on in the book depository, and the entire investigation just completely rallies around that. And so, you know, human psychology, when we have an initial idea from an authority figure, J. Edgar Hoover was a very powerful person too. He really imposed his ideas on everyone around him. Then the truth completely dissolves, and there was destroyed evidence, there was cherry picking of witnesses. None of this to me is proof of anything other than we didn't get the truth, and a lot of the truth was destroyed and misled for that first decade.
Do you think we're going to get to any more of the truth in the files being released?
I really don't think so. Like, honestly, I think that during that time, that crucial time in the early days when everyone was scrambling to own the narrative, they destroyed what they needed to destroy, and they actually did. We talked to, as part of our investigation, the head, the chairman of the process for releasing all of these documents, and he found entire troves of documents that he knew should have existed from key people at the CIA, the FBI, that were just gone. And he was this, this judge, very sort of sober-minded. He just said, I don't know where this stuff is. So I don't know if we're going to learn any smoking gun-ish type thing with this next trove. I really believe that the damage was done in those first hours and months when they decided to own the narrative and censor the truth. And it did irreparable damage to trust that we could have had in our government's ability to tell us what actually happened.
What did you make then of the Florida representative, Anna Paulina Luna, who's the new head of the task force on declassifying federal secrets, saying she believes 2 shooters were involved? It seemed like this extraordinary bombshell came out of nowhere.
Scary to, I mean, the conspiracy idea is not just a fringe idea. There was a House committee that actually said it was very likely a conspiracy. They pointed to mob involvement, potential government involvement. Obviously, the mob and the government were involved. We know that for sure in their conspiracies to take out Fidel Castro. And so we know that that is all very possible. But again, I'm very wary of anyone coming.
Do you think the vegan diet is the healthiest diet, or strictly just to avoid animal cruelty? Also, why do you care about animals so much if the earth will eventually die in a heat death? Is the vegan diet being pushed by the elites?
There is no vegan diet. There's a lot of different ways to eat as a vegan. So what we know now is the healthiest human diet is plant-based, high in fiber, low in saturated fat and cholesterol, and high in fruits and vegetables. But you can eat a junk food vegan diet, or you can eat a very healthy vegan diet. Why do I care about animals if I'm a nihilist and everything's gonna die? It's just because that's my personal preference. And is the vegan diet being pushed by the elites? Not really, no. Thanks for the donation, dude. The Jason fucker donated $2. Why do you hate Palestine? Also, dude, it's time to become a Christian, you faggot. Christians are faggots. I wouldn't say I hate Palestine. I don't even know what is meant by that. The people living in Gaza in particular are insane Nazi whack jobs, and again, all they do is try to kill Jews, so I think it's about time you just move them out of that area and let them hate Jews somewhere else. Thanks for the donation, Jason Fucker.
Out an authority figure, coming out with a theory or a conclusion, because we as humans, we revolve around what an authority figure tells us we should be looking for. If we're going to be dispassionately putting out information, we should do that with an earnest seeking of truth and not with pre-baked conclusions.
Yeah.
So I think it's irresponsible to come out with this idea that, yes, there was 2 shooters.
It just seems
There's
extraordinary.
really good evidence that there probably was.
It just seems an extraordinary thing to just sort of just suddenly come out with.
Yeah, it is extraordinary. I do believe that this is a result of our own making, in terms of when the CIA and the FBI show so much reticence to put forward information, and they have good reason to do that in some ways, but so much reticence, so much delay in the request for documents, it just evokes this sense of, oh, they must be hiding something. That suspicious energy puts in all of our minds, oh, there must be something big going on here that they're not telling us. And that's when we start to grasp onto all these other ideas. I do it myself, and I have to remind myself, no, I'm after truth, I'm looking for evidence. And it's a real shame that we have been left out of.
Yeah, I mean, I used to, honestly, I used to, be very skeptical of the conspiracies flying around about JFK. And then I saw what happened with the assassination attempt on Donald Trump. I mean, both of them, both attempts, but the first one we actually gets hit. Everything about that was just so weird and suspicious, right down to the fact it was a clean young shooter with no social media pattern, no details about him. It's all just disappeared now. He was on a flat roof, 100 yards from Trump, right in the perfect eye line, and there's no secrets of it. None of it made any sense. So I'm much more receptive to actually doing what you do, trying to get to the facts.
I think what's tricky, if I was in the government shoes and if I was to give the most generous interpretation of what they have to deal with, an assassination attempt of a president or an assassination of a president is a potential explosion of order and a sense of safety to a population, and especially in the 60s when there's all this upheaval. I also have a little bit of empathy for the idea that these people are trying to own the narrative in the name of avoiding chaos among the population and avoiding pressure to have to retaliate against the Soviet Union directly, which could have escalated into a real disaster. So I do believe that with these events, there is a need to control some kind of narrative, and that is a fine balance. But in the 60s, they really over-indexed in secrecy and censorship, and we're all paying the price today with all of this confusion.
Piers Morgan Uncensored is now proudly independent. If you like the show, we ask for only one thing. Subscribe on YouTube and follow Piers Morgan Uncensored on Spotify and Apple Podcasts. Now let's get straight to the point. Support for today's show comes from a business focused on a critical issue. Prosperity. US national debt is at crisis levels. Inflation has made life more expensive for everybody, and the stock market is precarious. It's enough to make anyone.
Demon Cunt donated $2.11. Debate God Logic when he goes live, not God Logic 2.0, his gay cocksucker friend. When does he even go live? Is he on YouTube? So I'll subscribe. See if I can get notifications. Thanks for the donation, Demon Cunt.
What are your thoughts on these high-protein vegan recipes? There are so many delicious-looking ones and I can't believe how they're very macro-friendly.
Chocolate seitan? The fuck? Chocolate seitan. What a... Like super chewy brownie bites. Huh. Yeah, I guess these are good. Like, yeah, it looks good. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Everyone's financial future feel grim. So what is the solution? Well, a simple one is to opt out of the chaos and invest in something solid and reliable, physical, gold, and...
No, I don't really have an appetite. The only thing I feel right now is like I can feel my blood pressure go low and like my blood sugar, but that's it. I don't really feel hungry.
Dude, you need a ribeye. It's been 15 years. Grow the fuck up, just slaughter these animals, cause ultimately it doesn't even matter and won't even matter when you're fucking dead. Become a Christian because you're such a fucking beta. I wanna knock you out.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. Thanks for the donation though, Jason Fucker.
And silver. And there's only one name you need to remember, American Hartford Gold. This company has earned the trust of thousands of customers with an A+ rating from the Better Business Bureau and glowing reviews you can see for yourself.
Very, very possible. I mean, the CIA during this time was doing some of the craziest stuff you can imagine all around the world. They had covert operations that were overthrowing governments, assassinating people. This is all known. This is not fringe stuff. And crucially, they were working very diligently with the mob and others to take out Fidel Castro 90 miles off our coast in Cuba. And so they had a lot of really inventive ways of getting their way. And then in comes JFK to expose a lot of their shenanigans, to shut a lot of it down, to fire high-ranking people, to threaten to make them stand account. And then you have his RFK going out and attacking the mob, and conviction rates go up 800%. There's a lot of motive here on both sides who feel justified and are very powerful in covert action to do this. Now, I'm not saying that I have any smoking gun evidence that that's the case, but I, like the House Select Committee in the late 70s, believe that they had the opportunity, the motive, and the skills to do this. And there's a chance they could have, but boy, they are masters of covert action. If they did, there's no way. And by the way, it could have been a rogue faction within the CIA. The CIA was so fractured into these little silos of secrecy.
Okay, well,
it maybe wasn't from the top down.
Well, we have the perfect person to ask, Andrew Bustamante, because you were formerly with the CIA. What do you feel about what you've heard?
Johnny's got a lot of this nailed down tight, Piers, and that's really important to understand because CIA's goal is to not only protect the narrative of what the American people understand, but also to protect the executive and what's happening at the executive level. So when you rewind the clock all the way back to the 1960s, you've got director of the CIA is John McCone. He's doing some of the most dangerous, most brazen operations out there with very little oversight from anyone in Congress, really only reporting to the executive branch. Anything is in fact possible, but it's so important to understand that if there is smoking gun, if there ever was smoking gun evidence, CIA would have destroyed it almost immediately. You saw the same thing happen in the withdrawal from Afghanistan. You saw the same thing happen with the prisons in Guantanamo Bay. CIA has a long history of destroying its own classified information as late as 2010. So, of course, in the 1960s, anything in paper would have been destroyed.
Fascinating. And, I mean, in your estimation, what is the most likely theory that you've read or heard about what has happened here? Do you believe...
What's the main thing stopping you from believing in God? Cause you want to keep jerking off on your OnlyFans? I won't buy your OnlyFans. How big is your dick? Also, when are you gonna start cold approaching women cause your wife dumped you?
Main thing that's stopping me from believing in God is I'm not a retard. So, the idea is just fucking stupid. And on top of that, if we're assuming God is all powerful and benevolent, that would just be logically impossible given the world we're in. So if there is some sort of creator that exists, could be anything. I don't know why I'd really care. If there's some being that created the universe, because he clearly doesn't give a shit about me, so why would I give a shit about him? Thanks for the donation though, holy demon cunt. And if you want to know how big my dick is, sub to my OnlyFans. And I'll cold approach women if I have an interest in talking to them. Thanks for the donation, dude. Hey, Gum Gum.
Lee Harvey Oswald was just a lone nutcase who acted on his own? Do you believe somebody put him up to it? Do you think the CIA could have been directly involved in putting him up to it for whatever reason? Do you believe there was more than one shooter? What do you think?
It's the preponderance of evidence really does seem to point to a second shooter. If not a second shooter, then some sort of amazing capability to fire multiple rounds faster than most people would have expected. So when you look at the conspiracy, you look at the actual physical evidence in hand, that second shooter theory is the stronger theory. The idea that CIA would have been involved in the assassination of a president is a possibility, but not a very high probability. When you start to layer in possible mafia involvement, USSR motivation, you start to see other areas that are also possible and more probable. And that's one of the things you have to consider when you look at solving a conspiracy or any kind of intelligence question is both probability and possibility.
Yeah, I mean...
Piers, can I jump in here, Piers?
Yeah, jump in here, Lewis, yeah.
I completely agree with both of your guests. And I mean, they both nailed it. I just want to add, there's a great degree of evidence, a great deal of evidence, I should say, that you can find everywhere leading up to the assassination. So for example, if I say I'm about to hit an armored car, because I did heists and hijackings, that's what we were known for, me and my crew. If I say on taped recording devices, on eavesdropping, FBI eavesdropping devices, I'm about to hit an armored car. I'm going to hit an armored car on Tuesday. Tuesday afternoon at 3 o'clock, I'm going to hit an armored car. And they repeatedly hear this. And then an armored car gets hit at 3 o'clock on Tuesday. That is evidence against me committing this crime. Can I possibly challenge it in court? Yeah, if I hire the best attorneys. I hired William Kunstler. I had Barry Slotnick. I had some of the best attorneys money could buy. Yeah, you could challenge it in court, but it is evidence. There was an abundance of evidence leading up to the assassination. You have a guy in New Orleans said, the president's going to buy it with a high-powered rifle when he comes down south. This is a guy directly related to Carlos Marcello, the Louisiana Don. You have somebody else in Miami, Miltia, Joseph Miltia, speaks to this guy Somerset, who's an informant, says the president's going to buy it with a high-powered rifle from a building when he comes down south, and we're going to lay it on some guy who looks like a nut, and the public will think it was him after the fact. They have this on tape. This is prior to the assassination. They have mobsters threatening the lives of President Kennedy. Hoover had illegal eavesdropping devices all across the nation in social clubs everywhere. He's listening to threats against the president. Jose Alaman, who is in exile, who fled Castro's Cuba. He's working closely with Miami Don, Florida Don, Santo Traficante, and he's doing business development deals with him. At one point before the assassination, Traficante says to Jose Alaman, President, he's bitching about Kennedy, Bobby and Jack. He says, well, just wait them out. They'll eventually be gone. And he goes, no, Jose, they're going to be hit when they come down south. It's all in the making. The plans are all done. And Jose Alaman runs to his FBI handler and tells his FBI handler, I have
this a little bit.
Like, yeah, Johnny, come in there. Johnny?
Jose Alaman went to his FBI handlers and told them.
I want to temper some of this only because there's a lot going on here, and everything you're saying you can piece together. I think what's really scary about this, it's 5 million documents and there's hundreds of thousands of little pieces, of fragments that we can put together to see what we want to see. And when I was deep in this, I came in really earnestly saying, like, I'm open to believing. This is how I approach UFOs or any of these kind of big nebulous conspiracy theories. And I find myself wanting to piece together every one of these sound bites and little bits to find a mosaic that kind of proves this what is kind of a tantalizing notion.
A sort of confirmation bias.
It's not to say that this evidence isn't valid. Yeah, it's just that when we are in a vacuum of concrete information, we are, all of us, left to sort of grasp at this fractured information space that then it really allows us to create our own adventure on exactly what we're seeing. I think that's really dangerous. I think that's where you get this sort of polarized idea of who did what.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, Lewis, I want to bring Lewis in a moment. I mean, what I would say is that's what makes the potential release of these files so tantalizing, potentially so historic and newsworthy, because even if they fill in some of the gaps in information, right, and it's been hidden from the American people. I mean, if there is evidence in there which points clearly, as this congresswoman just seemed to blurt out, that the evidence suggests 2 shooters, that in itself, if that has been hidden from the American people, is an incredible bombshell to come out. So, I mean, I just think that, I can't believe it's going to be something as momentous as this, but it could be, which is why they've kept, of course, and if it is, it may be why they kept it quiet. Yeah, Andrew.
And yeah, I want to make sure that this is very, very clear, right? Because what Johnny is saying is absolutely logically sound. What's missing from this conversation is the question of intentionality, right? CIA has understood what we call the anatomy of a conspiracy for a long time. And we oftentimes will intentionally let certain information out.
Dude, you need Jesus. I'm not even kidding. You're such a loser. It's not even funny. Get off your ass and go to church instead of jerking off in your basement shooting OnlyFans content, you degenerate slime ball. If I see you, I'm knocking you out cold, fag.
Oh, okay. Thanks for the warning. Appreciate the donation, dude.
And retain or even destroy other information, specifically because we understand that a conspiracy will be born,
right,
and it will run wild. If you've heard of a red herring, that's exactly what we're talking about. When the whole world is focused on something over here, they're completely blind to the truth. Not because the truth doesn't exist, but because they're too focused on the red herring, right? And that conspiracy, that anatomy of a conspiracy topic is exactly what Johnny's talking about. When there are fractured pieces of information and specific connective tissue is absent, it leads people to speculate. Suspicion is healthy. Skepticism is healthy. Piers, you've talked about skepticism. Skepticism is a very healthy thing.
I agree.
But when we get into speculation makes things go crazy and people start writing their own narratives and their own stories. And oftentimes, if you just let people be people, they'll solve the problem for you.
Let me ask
the
Lewis.
really big issue will never come to light.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, Lewis, the mafia element of this, I mean, what seems crystal clear and unarguable now is that Jack Ruby, who shot and killed Oswald, of course, after his arrest, was heavily tied to the mob. That seems to be agreed, settled science, if you like. So what no one's quite sure, as a fact, is why he did that and why the mob would want that done. If it was just as simple as killing the assassin, okay. Was it to hide mob involvement in the assassination and so on? I mean, you would know better than most, but what's your view about the mob element of this?
How can you be so pro-animals but then be pro-choice? Wouldn't that make you the world's biggest hypocrite? Do you care more for animal life than human life? Go fuck yourself. I hope you get strangled by a black thug on the street or mugged by an Indian.
No, that wouldn't make me a hypocrite. And, Yeah, I'd say your average cat or dog is better than your average human. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Hoover knew right away. His public stance was Ruby is a second lone nut who did this on the spur of the moment. But his private stance was it's obviously a silence job by the mob. Hoover understood that right away, immediately.
But
there
why?
Are other people in government.
Why would they want to silence it?
Well, Hoover was supposedly Oswald was being interrogated for 12 hours in the police station. Historians have bent themselves into pretzels trying to explain why there is no audio recording and no stenographic record of what he said during those 12 hours. So one historian famously said, well, he just shrugged a lot. There was no reason to record it or have a stenographer there. Okay, aren't we still entitled to the questions? Number one. And are we supposed to believe that he shrugged for 12 hours and they just kept persisting for 12 hours while he shrugged? Something may have been said in that room that we are not being told. I don't know for sure. I don't speculate. Everything I say is concrete, by the way. When I mentioned that people threatened the president's life before he was brought down to Dallas, that is concrete evidence. That's all done. It's done and it's etched in stone. This here, I have to speculate. What was Oswald saying? And did Ruby at some point, who may have been involved with Oswald leading up to the assassination, feel that it would be better to kill the president's assassin and be charged with that? And maybe get a light sentence because the jury would be sympathetic to him. They cheered when Oswald was shot in the garage. And about 77 out of 100 people said he doesn't deserve time at all. So, or should he be charged with the president's conspiracy to assassinate the president? Ruby may have felt like the better option is to kill Oswald. Now, Ruby was directly connected to Joe Campisi, who he had dinner with, a steak dinner with, the night before the assassination. Joe Campisi was the underboss of the Dallas Borgata, the Dallas crew. The boss was Joe Civillo. Both of them were very close with Ruby. Both of them answered directly to Carlos Marcello. Dallas was a satellite of Carlos Marcello's Louisiana empire. They share a 370-mile border, Texas and Louisiana. He controlled Dallas, Marcello. Marcello also controlled the state machinery. He put governors in place, mayors. He put politicians, all the politicians and all of the prosecutors, judges he appointed. Marcello had a complete control. This is evidence. This is not me shooting from the hip. This is not, my books are heavily sourced. I have them behind me. I have 40, 50 pages of source notes in the back. This is all archived. I never shoot from the hip. I never speculate.
But from everything you've read though, Lewis, why would the mob, if they were involved in the actual assassination, why would the mob want Kennedy dead?
Okay, so there's a lot of moving parts here, but it's a crucial thing to understand that the mob, the CIA, rogue agents of the CIA, and the Cuban exiles, militant Cuban exiles who wanted to take back Cuba, they came together through a series of events, through a series of geopolitical events and domestic events that placed them together. First of all, the mob backed Kennedy. It's difficult to get into that on a short interview, but the mob backed Kennedy and brought him into the White House. They helped him in the West Virginia primary with millions of dollars when he beat Hubert Humphrey, and they also helped him swing Illinois when he beat Richard Nixon in the general election. That is also proven. Hoover had an abundance of evidence in front of him, but when Joe Kennedy, the patriarch of the Kennedy clan, told Jack to appoint Bobby as Attorney General, the main interest Joe had.
You need church and you need communion. You would probably be happy for once instead of being miserable all the time. You have an aura of depression and anger around you constantly. You need to stop taking steroids. You probably have cancer as well.
All right, well, thanks for the advice. Appreciate that donation, Jason.
Hey faggot, your honesty's such a fag loser, it's insane. You look like the retarded black version of the Chronicles of Riddick guy with the glasses if he was missing a chromosome. Oh yeah, big strong faggot can bench 410 but rages at a samurai game. Loser fag.
Alright, well thank you, Penis. Appreciate the donation.
Had was making sure that all of any allegations of voter fraud were just basically just thrown away. We do not want we do not want Jack confronted with these allegations. So that's the reason why Bobby was put in as Attorney General. Then Bobby had chased the mob during the Rackets Committee, formerly known as the McClellan Committee, and he went back and he started to go after them again. So the mob hates Bobby, Carlos Marcello specifically, and Santo Trafficante and Sam Giancana. They start to hate Bobby for going after them. At the same time, they're helping the CIA try to kill Castro. But at the same time as that, the Bay of Pigs happens where the CIA trained Brigade 2506 to go back and hit the beaches of Bajina Cochinos, the Bay of Pigs. They're going to move inland and link up with another force and move towards Havana. Well, Kennedy said, I'm not helping them when they were stranded on the beaches. And they were literally begging Kennedy. Charles Cabell, who was the assistant director, Dulles was out of town, conveniently, by the way. I think he didn't want to be there in case there was a debacle, because Kennedy said he was going to not help them. He did not want to reveal America's hand. So Charles Cabell is begging the Kennedy administration and Kennedy himself, please give them air cover. Please get them off the beaches. Please help them get inland. Kennedy said, no, I don't want to look like a superpower who's trying to take back a little island. So the exiles walk away from the Bay of Pigs, despising Kennedy. They felt like he let them down. Then the Cuban Missile Crisis comes up back to back. And now the exiles are biting their nails in Miami and all across the country, everywhere they went, going, here's our chance. And the Hawks and Kennedy's administration are going, invade, invade, invade. We got nuclear missiles 90 miles off the coast of Florida. We cannot allow this to happen. We will not look like the imperialist mercenaries Castro has been portraying us as. Get in there, get the missiles out, and we can take back Cuba and stop the potential domino effect of all of Latin America going communist. We need to stop this now. Kennedy decides to quarantine the island instead. He did not want to go in. And then he makes a side deal with Khrushchev. and he tells Khrushchev, look, we're going to not only take the missiles out of Europe that are in Turkey pointing toward the Soviet Union, which we didn't learn about till decades later, but now not only that, but I promise you, he tells Nikita Khrushchev, and this is in Khrushchev's memoirs too. Khrushchev openly talks about it. He promised him, I will never invade Cuba again. And Cuba said, and Khrushchev desperately wanted that guarantee. Once he said that, he turned around, and the Cuban exiles, the mascots of liberty, the great advocates of democracy who wanted to take back their homeland from a dictator who stopped elections, Castro, all of a sudden they became enemies of the Kennedy administration. He had his attorney general.
You enjoying getting intellectually annihilated by my boys? You have new trolls to play with.
Yeah, it's great. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
All the law enforcement agencies to stop the training camps, any sabotage missions back into Cuba, and they're locking them up with British. They work hand in hand with British authorities.
Seriously, get therapy and go to church or something. You have so much deep hatred. I know deep down inside you probably have killed someone before. A serial killer, steroid user. Get your mind right, you're probably autistic as well and dying from AIDS.
Okay, thanks for the advice, Demon. Something. Appreciate the donation.
You're pro-choice but a vegan? You fucking hypocrite. The average cat is not better than the average person just because of that. I'm going to my local farm to chop a pig's head, clean off and stuff it with an apple. You are a little faggots, go fuck yourself.
Alright, thanks for the donation, dude. Appreciate it.
In the Bahamas to lock up a bunch of exiles. They're pulling them over at sea. The Coast Guard is. This is all evidence. I'm not shooting from the hip. I did 10 years of research.
Okay, well, it's very compelling what you say.
Let me just finish this.
I agree with all of this. Like,
okay, Johnny, hang on, Lewis. Johnny, quickly respond. I've then got another guest I want to bring in, who is a woman who claims to have been Lee Harvey Oswald's lover. So.
I think it's just all of this that Lewis is talking about is really good context because it demonstrates how existential Kennedy and his little brother were for these big forces. Like they were existential. They were disruptive.
Well, that's my panel. But join me now about what happened that day in Dallas.
I'm a witness. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can, yeah.
Researchers, including like Jim Mars, who's dead now, but I also have been vetted by like Bob Tannenbaum of the HSCA, Bob Groden. On top of that, I have witnesses. Now, I understand we don't have much time to speak about who I have, so I'm just going to show you. Can you see this book?
Yeah.
All right. I've got over 500 pages in there. Witness statements.
Look at you. You're literally in a basement in a brown recliner reacting to bullshit all alone like the fuckboy that you are. Oh, do your eyes hurt? Are you sensitive to light? Big strong black man that can lift oh so much weight. Oh, does your tum-tum hurt?
Alright, thanks.
Wake up, nigga. These Turians ain't gonna eat themselves. Stupid fucking black gay tranny.
Alright, thanks for the donation, dude.
Collaborating with me, verifying that I knew Lee Oswald, one of them, for example, saying she saw Lee at my apartment so often, and she's on record.
Well, it's certainly, what is, if I may interrupt you, what is indisputable is that there is actual evidence that you and he started work in the same coffee shop on the same day.
Not a coffee company, not a shop.
A coffee,
I'm
sorry.
I hear the word shop, I know. Yeah.
Sorry, a coffee company, yeah.
Well, right. Well, when you use shop, it tells me that somebody's giving you information from those who are kind of denigrating some of the material I have.
No, I'm sorry.
Yes.
A coffee
For
business
example,
was how it was described. Yeah. So
it's okay.
You began the same day as he did. That has been verified. So clearly you started work at the same place.
All right. All right. Well, let's start. We arrived in New Orleans the same month. All right. We interviewed the same day, and we did not start at Riley Coffee. We had our records laundered at what's called Standard Coffee for 1 week. At the same time, we were then transferred the same day and even almost hour to Riley Coffee Company. These were cover jobs. I kept all the documents. I kept all and for a long time, the government did not release corroborating documents that I had.
Okay, well, I tell you what, let's not re-legislate the whole thing because you did work together. A lot of people have supported you. A lot of people remain skeptical. Let's park that for one side. Your position is that I think you were both married at the time, and you got into an affair with Lee Harvey Oswald.
Miserable marriages. Yeah, we were miserable.
How long were you with him? How long were you his lover?
All right, I met him April 26, 1963 in New Orleans, and I have to tell you that was at 10:30 in the morning. It was life-changing for both of us. We hit it off right away. It turned out he was there to protect me. He pretended to be pro-Castro. Castro was after what we were doing. I was involved in a CIA project to kill Castro. There were about 600 attempts on Castro's life. CIA was deeply involved in that.
Okay.
And I was in contact with him. I saw him almost every day until 1st and 2nd of September. And then for that time, it was telephonically. I was last in contact with him, and
I want you to know you're responsible for the death of multiple pigs this week. I'm going to chop their heads off. Stuff one with a fucking apple, and play soccer with the other one's head. Just remember you caused this ethnic cleansing.
Alright, that's great. Thanks for the donation.
Good evidence about this. Only 37 and a half hours before Kennedy's assassination.
And in that last conversation with him, what did he say to you?
It was terrible. He had gotten in pretty deep. Lee Oswald was a real patriot. He was a fake defector to the Soviet Union. They're holding back his records like on taxes because Lee told me he was paid hazard pay, for example. And all these records, I have records showing records were destroyed. Now, Lee told me that he had pretended to be anti-Kennedy in order to penetrate certain areas at CIA and so on. He was borrowed for the ONI and used by the CIA. They could always say, well, he never CIA because he was borrowed from the Office of Naval Intelligence. I have records. I have 30 boxes of records, many records nobody's seen because they didn't know what to look for. Basically speaking, Lee told me that
Donos are hilarious.
Well, thanks for the donation, David Chubby. I really appreciate that. You're very generous, and yeah. I have a lot of very funny trolls. Thanks again, dude.
they were closing in on him because it'd be easy to frame him. If he tried and defend himself, he had CIA contacts like in USSR, they would have executed them. I have so many witnesses that we have gathered. I've spent almost 25 years, sir, doing that. So I have a lot of people, stuff you've never seen. We have a whole list. I'd like to just mention, all right, we've got David Morales. We don't have his files. Harvey and Lansdale travel records. We don't have that. 113 pages from James Jesus Angleton.
Okay, but do you believe this stuff is going to come out in the files if they get released?
All right, here's the thing. Most of those files that are, anything that would have implicated Lee Oswald, they've already put out there. All right? What they have left, a lot of this will be red herring material that will divert you from the truth. What we do know is that people are angry at Trump saying, oh, he said he was going to release us. No, the order was in 15 days to give us a plan of when they would release. Why do they need more time? Because the original 1992 directive, JFK Act, says that these records were supposed to be released unredacted. We have a House bill sitting in committee in the House Intelligence, CIA Intelligence Committee. It's been sitting there for a year. That is a bill that says these must be released unredacted.
Why do you wear those fag glasses? They make me want to fuck you up. Dude, go apply at Tim Hortons or No Frills. Maybe it will motivate you to work, cocksucker. BTW, I'm not a troll, I'm your life coach, you cunt.
Yeah, I'm gonna just not do that. Thanks for the donation, Demon Kent.
Again, it's like we got 2017, like about 100 pages about Lee Oswald. I was so excited.
Night Vegan
so I
Runner.
opened it up, 100 pages, and put a white piece of paper over each page. That's not a release. We have so much of that that is unconscionable. And by the way, I have many records because of what Lee told me was going on.
Okay, why do you believe he?
A lot of these were not collected.
Why do you believe he?
Dude, stop scamming. He donated 50. At least reward him with it. Work that chocolate ass for your degenerate followers. That's you, a grown man tweeting in the basement like the cam bitch that you are. Fucking shake your ass, Blackie. Fuck your glasses too.
Well, he didn't ask for it to work, so... Thanks for the donation, though, penis.
He shot Kennedy.
Go ahead, Piers.
Why do you believe he shot Kennedy?
He didn't. Who told you I believe that? Who?
You don't believe that he did?
Lee Oswald. Lee told me that he was afraid. He joined what's called an abort team. We have records on the abort team with Tosh Plumley and others. We have a lot of information showing that Lee Oswald was on an abort team that was trying to stop what was going on. He is connected with the effort to save Kennedy's life in Chicago. James Douglas, we have Abraham Bolden, the Secret Service, collaborate.
So you don't believe that he shot the bullet that killed Kennedy?
He told me that he was being set up and he didn't know how to escape because if he tried to, they'd kill all of us. I have spent 25 years overseas. History Channel stated I was a cancer research expert. And they actually put out there for several years that I claimed to have helped create AIDS. I had to flee for my life. I spent 13 years, sir, overseas, recently until COVID, and I had to move every 90 days. That's on record. I was haunted, hunted, and everything. People have
This lady seems unhinged.
protected me. They've seen my records. They've seen my testimony. I'm at the
Do you have any photographs of you?
Do
you have any photographs of you and Oswald?
Oh yeah. Well, let's see. We're married. We're in secret projects. We're going to get our pictures taken. No, but I do have other items. I have witnesses who've seen us together, including a mafia guy.
Damn, she used to be fucking hot. What the fuck?
Mac McCullough, he's on tape and
Okay,
film.
but do you have any actual evidence that proves that you were with him?
Do living witnesses count? Like,
Well, do you have any
people who
actual?
are on
Do you
record?
have any hard evidence? Like, do you have letters? Do you have anything?
I don't know what you're talking about. I have hard evidence that we were together.
She's crazy.
Nigga, are you gonna play video games or keep watching this boring ass video of this delusional old hag rambling? Play a game that has intense boss fights so I can donate your favorite man's name and get away with it. Not that game was hard, but you suck so.
Yeah, we're gonna play games in a little bit. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage.
Together for 11 weeks, rode the same bus, absolutely. Same bus every morning. And they're trying to say we never met and stuff like that.
Right.
I have so much evidence. Wait a minute. I saw a film, for example. This is pretty hard evidence. Robert Tannenbaum of the HSCA and Robert Groden of the HSCA both saw a training film that nobody else saw, but I saw it because Lee Oswald, David Ferry, and David Morales were actually splicing pieces of this training film together from what was going on at Lake Pontchartrain. I was able to prove that I saw these films, these spliced films that were put together, training film, and that is on record with the HSCA.
But just to be clear, Judith, you do
Tannenbaum both say I saw the film.
Okay, just to be clear though, you do not believe that Lee Harvey Oswald pulled the trigger. So who do you think shot Kennedy?
He said this was a cabal. And Lewis has got a lot of it right, and I applaud you for bringing him on. All right.
So the mafia, CIA, what's your theory?
Wait a minute. Let me. It's not a theory. We know that the CIA, the FBI, both hated Kennedy. Kennedy was going to try and smash the CIA into 1,000 pieces. Okay. And the FBI, Kennedy was going to go and make Hoover retire, and Hoover hated the Kennedys. That's really on record. Hoover put out get this, the day that Kennedy was shot, the 22nd of November, the SAC of the FBI in Dallas said, Hoover, what else did we look for? After all, we've got wanted for treason posters all over Dallas. The same day Kennedy was shot, Hoover said, we have the true suspect. You don't have to look any further. How did Hoover know? Now, we have a coalition going on. We've got the CIA, FBI, Mafia, Cubans, and we have rogue elements, mainly in the military.
D. Boone, donate tellers, love you so much, Richard, love you. I will always be here with you. I want you to remember that you are special. The world is a cruel place, but people like you make it better. Just think. VG3, hate donations equals a vegan cheesecake at the vegan bistro kisses. Well, I ain't gonna be eating a cheesecake, but I appreciate that. Thanks for the donation, D. Boone.
Industrial complex.
Okay.
Between them all, they were, wait, they made a conglomeration. If you pointed a finger at any one of them, they could point right back at you. That is a cabal. It was a cabal that did it, and they can blame each other to high heaven. I can tell you, James Douglas with the book JFK and the Unspeakable, and my book, Lee Harvey Oswald and Me and Lee will give you all the information.
Okay,
It's there.
let me ask you.
That's why
I want to show.
hundreds of people supporting me.
Okay, I want to show one of the
That's
other most iconic.
You know what? I know one thing. I know how you were fighting in the last segment. I saw people interrupting you and treating you badly. And I want to give you opportunity to know that. Respect from where you're coming from, that you're giving me an opportunity to speak. Thank you.
Okay, I want to show another piece of footage, obviously from the time. This was the moment that Lee Harvey Oswald was assassinated himself by Jack Ruby, who had mafia links. I want to get your reaction to this. So this
I
is.
don't have a reaction.
I just
I
wanted
can't
to know
see what you're looking at. You realize?
So we're seeing the footage of Lee Harvey Oswald being shot dead himself by Jack Ruby. What I was going to ask you is, did you see that at the time? How did you hear about his death?
Of course I watched it. I saw it on TV. I screamed. I threw up. And actually, I don't remember anything for about 2 days, even though I was working at that time in a laboratory with NASA contracts and everything. I went like a zombie and all that. They noticed, my boss did there at the laboratory, that I cried when I heard Kennedy was shot. And then I cried again when they said Lee Oswald was arrested. He said, what's going on here? How can you cry for one and then for his assassin? Because they already had lots of newspaper articles written that Lee Oswald was the only one involved. It said right away, assassin shot Kennedy in all the headlines. It didn't say assassins. 3 shots were fired. That's all they would admit. Right away, we had many pre-written materials that for AP, UPI, and so on. You'd be surprised.
I'm sure. Judith, I appreciate you joining me. Thank you very much.
Well, she's just a crazy bitch.
You're such a pussy. I hope you get in a car accident and learn your lesson. I'm going to beat the fuck out of a chicken with a bat this week. After it starts seizing and convulsing on the ground, I'm going to rip its head off and have chicken wings.
Alright, that's great. Thanks for the donation, dude.
gotta follow Harry's trail before I lose it.
Stars are in alignment today.
Once the epicenter for New York tourism. Now, the scene of a deadly bloodbath. Unless you've been living under a rock, you...
Nest. Better check it out. Sonic burst's ready. I'm... sort of... Can't let up! Gotta save these people!
Richard, you are so sexy. Show me that nigger cock. I want you to fuck me doggy style while I squirt all over her cock and tell you how much of a nigger you are. I am soaked right now, fingering my pussy, but thinking about her huge cock deep inside my pussy.
Well, I'm flattered. Thanks for that donation, dude.
Yes. Thanks, Spider-Man.
Whoa, that was messed up. Are you a doctor?
No, an EMT.
Spider-Man was hitting you pretty hard.
Hey, that's what... No sign of Harry. What's that?
Happy birthday, Em. They say time heals all wounds. That's a lot. Every day without you is worse than the last. If I lose Harry, I don't know what I'll do.
Norman's really hurting. I need to find Harry and save him. Haven't heard from MJ in a while. I should give her a call.
Hate this.
I love this.
You do?
You've hit the nail on the head. Finally! Top story. Everybody's talking about it. This is editor material.
Editor?
Congratulations. Your first assignment, write more juicy stuff by tomorrow morning. Drama, controversy, just like this.
Like this.
Get writing!
MJ.
I didn't get fired from the Bugle. In fact, I think I got a promotion.
Hey, that's what you wanted, right?
Yeah, I thought it was.
Then that's great. Hey, listen. Something's gone wrong with Harry.
What happened?
Well,
Hang on, someone's at the door.
it's kind of hard to explain. Just promise me you'll stay away from him, okay? MJ? Harry, what the hell? Come on, MJ, pick up!
Hey, it's MJ. You can leave a
Damn it.
message, but why would you? If it's important, just, backseat.
Please be okay.
Spider-Man, how are you feeling?
Anxious? Panicked?
I meant, physical symptoms. Soreness? Fatigue?
Yes. Wait, symptoms?
I've been looking through years of research notes. The symbiote channels a collective consciousness.
That hive mind I was in.
Is optimistic. It may still be inside you.
What?
Nothing to panic about, but perhaps you should come to the lab for some tests.
Can't, Doc. Bigger problems. Gotta go. Hang on, MJ. MJ, where's... Harry.
Pete? You look tense. Coffee?
Dodo Donatillers, this is VG when he gets troll donos. Watch for 30 seconds or so.
You want to go down south?
Hell yeah. Come on in, boys.
So, is this enough for you to go all the way?
Whoa, we get paid to do this?
Oh, so it's your first time, too.
Yep.
Jackpot.
I don't know how that's at all similar, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
We need to talk.
You must get tired making the world a better place every single day. But I can help. All you have to do is let me.
This isn't you.
Wrong. This is the real me. I finally have the power to realize our vision. Are you giving up on me?
Harry, we need to get that thing off you.
Do not call us a thing. We are not, Harry.
Becos VG, it is similar. Becos, you are a prostitute and you get paid by trolls to whore yourself out on the internet, and you are naive, also you need to play Life is Strange soon.
Yeah, we'll play that soon, okay? Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Show him what he's missing.
You can't have her!
Too late.
MJ. I'm sorry. MJ, just talk to me!
Make it
Validation? If this is about your job!
It's about me. Me! It's not my job in this stupid house. And for once, not about you.
About me? MJ, what do you mean?
You stay out of this. I'm finally in control.
Don't want to hurt her. Just talk. Look at what you're doing. This isn't control.
I'm in complete control.
Bikes like that don't have alarms.
What's happening to me?
I don't know if there's any motorcycle that has an alarm system.
Don't listen to those voices. They aren't.
God damn it.
Still think you're stronger, do you?
Don't listen to those voices. They aren't telling the truth. I heard them too. I know how it feels.
Always about you. You. Make it stop. Make it stop. You can't keep a job. You can't pay the mortgage.
I have a job with Harry. We'll be okay.
And for how long? There's only one job you care about. Spider-Man.
That's not fair. People need me. You know that.
What would the city do without Spider-Man? Look how it's doing with you.
I can still fix this. I always
What a load of bullshit.
You always were arrogant.
Don't listen to those voices. They aren't telling the truth.
God
I
damn it.
heard them too. I know how it feels.
Always about you. You can't keep a job. You can't pay the mortgage. Make it stop. Make it stop. You can't keep a job. You can't pay the mortgage.
I have a job with Harry. We'll be okay.
And for how long? There's only one job you care about. Spider-Man. And for how long? There's only one job you care about. Spider-Man.
Fuck.
That's not fair. People need
Fucking
me.
bitch.
You know that.
What would the city do without Spider-Man? Look how it's doing with you.
I can still fix this. I always do. We always do.
I always come second. I live in your shadow where my dreams turn to dust. That is the truth.
What are you saying? You do make a difference. What you do matters.
Fuck. Fuck.
We can fight this, MJ. Remember your book? You said you want to help people.
Nobody read it. Nobody cares. That's not true. If I helped one
guys! MJ, you can quit! I can figure something out!
I can't trust you! I can only rely on us!
No! I'm sorry, MJ! I was wrong! You don't have to trust me, but please, trust yourself!
Let me do what I have to do!
You're right! I've been selfish! I was so wrapped up in my own life, I never thought about yours! But let's handle this MJ's way! Let me help you fight this!
Yay. Just beat up your fucking girlfriend.
We don't need you.
The city needs you! I need you!
Don't lie to me! Pete, I need you too. You just want to stay the stronger half. What? Don't feel special anymore?
What? No! You're stronger than me in so many ways! You've been single-handedly holding our lives together! I'm sorry, MJ! I took you for granted!
MJ is gone!
Fuck. So stupid.
You just want to stay the stronger half! What? Don't feel special anymore?
What? No! You're stronger than me in so many ways!
Make it stop!
No! You aren't! I'm sorry I caused you so much pain! The house! My job! Our life together! I promised you I'd be better, but I wasn't! I should have listened! I should have been there! We're a team! Me and you! I never want your life to be worse, to make mine better! Your
Shut
dreams
up and just
are
beat your
as
wife. Oh
important
my
as
god.
mine. You're just as important!
So loud! It hurts!
Don't let it control you!
You always patronize us!
Fuck. That is dumb. Oh my god, these boss fights are
You just want to stay the stronger half! Why? Don't feel special? Make it stop! Make it stop! You just want to stay the... You just want to stay... You just want to stay the stronger half! What? Don't feel special anymore?
What? No! You're stronger than me in so many ways! You've been single-handedly holding our lives together! I'm sorry, MJ! I took you for granted!
MJ is gone!
No! You aren't! I'm sorry I caused you so much pain! The house! My job! Our life together! I promised you I'd be better, but I wasn't! I should have listened! I should have been there! We're a team! Me and you! I never want your life to be worse, to make mine better! Your dreams are just as important as mine!
You're lying!
You're just as important!
Enough!
Gum.
This isn't what you want!
How do you know what we want?
You're Mary Jane Watson. You want the truth.
Yes.
Gay.
The truth.
Oh, hey, Rafaela.
You did it.
Life's good. I just have sleeping issues and no appetite, but aside from that, life's good.
Watson, where are you?
Yeah, I have Gum.
Jonah?
Gum's the sweetest
Kiss my
kitty, and I
ass.
love him.
I quit.
You're so cool. I thought I'd lost you.
I think I've been lost for a while now. Not just to the symbiote. For months I've been trying to be something I'm not.
I'm glad you're back.
Sorry.
It wasn't you. And I wasn't me earlier.
Pete, Pete, it was like some kind of hive mind in there. I saw you. And Harry, he was going after this.
Oh my god, she talks a lot.
Miles is at City Hall.
Go. I love you.
I love you.
Gross, he kissed an ugly girl. Yeah, Tom Holland's a dipshit. Tobey Maguire played the best Spider-Man.
Hey, you get my text? City Hall is bad, man. Head in there now.
Yeah, sorry. Things got complicated. I'll be there soon.
You think this is Harry?
It has to be. I just saw him in Queens. He turned MJ into one of those symbiotes, but worse.
What?
She's okay. She broke out of it. Luckily, faster than I did. Connors thinks I had the suit on too long, and now some of it is left inside of me.
You really meant it when you said things were complicated.
One thing at a time. See you soon, Miles.
I hear that. See you.
Reminds me, I owe someone else a call. One sec. That's right. Focus on the big, loud Spider-Man. Big boy coming in with friends. That's all of them. I'm so tired. Hey, Ms. Morales, just calling you back. What were you about to say?
Peter?
Hey, Ms. Morales. You, make it home safe? I was just, you know, I wanted to make sure.
We're fine. We're fine. And Peter, we're fine, too. But next time, answer my call.
Trust me. I'll be on my best behavior.
You'd better be. Now go help my son.
I hit a tree.
Mr. Osborn, are you okay?
I'm worried about Harry. And I have no one else to talk to. He's, not himself right now.
Harry's been busy.
Spider-Man.
Yeah. Well, good thing the cleanup crew's here. This is somehow worse than I thought.
No sign of Harry.
He has to be here.
Yankee told me there were a bunch of civilians trapped inside. Apparently they were using this place as shelter.
We'll get them out safe and sound. How are there this many?
It's like he's trying to build an army.
If you ask him, he's trying to heal the world.
Getting a bunch of messages on the app from people inside City Hall. They're trying to evacuate onto the roof.
Then we better clear a path.
There's an emergency exit up there. Let's go.
Fuck.
shattered somewhere in the building.
Come on, Miles! We need to hurry!
Pressure, you guys, but it's not sounding good in there.
We're working on it!
Can't mess with us!
All clear. Let's get him out of there.
Spaghetti.
Spider-Man!
Spider-Man.
What are you doing here? Are you all right? Spider-Man!
He said there was still some of this thing inside him.
I see. I think I can clear it out of him.
Oh God.
If I go to the source.
I'm going in with you.
Here comes a shitty mission. Oh, great.
What's the plan here, Lee?
Find Spider-Man. All of this dark matter should lead us toward him.
All right.
Yeah.
Where are we anyway?
We are inside Spider-Man's mind. I've seen what those creatures do to people around the city. They get in your head, twist your desires.
Mad they stole your routine.
I know you're joking.
Oh, these missions are terrible.
This thing, it fears my power for some reason. And we are the only ones who can find where it lives.
So we clear this thing out at the root, and Spider-Man's free?
That's the plan.
All right, then.
Alright, I think I'm gonna try to get some sleep. And I guess if I can't, I'll just work out and then try to sleep later. And we'll see. But I'll probably be streaming tomorrow night around the usual time. Try to aim for 6. So I'll see you all then. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. And I'll see you all later. Nighty-night. Or good morning. It's like 5 a.m.
Single UW triple U single UW triple U single U